Emphasize impact, in fact. Emphasize impact, in fact, girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact, in fact, girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact, in fact, Girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact. Emphasize impact. Girl, you know I like that.
Hey there. Hey Emrys. Hey Wither. Hey, hello to anybody who's lurking. Oh, fucking. Oy vey. Hang on. Yeah, kick the music back on in the background for me, at least. I know it's soft on your guys' side. Hey RV. You know, another bullshit day. Throat's kind of sore. And I'll keep that charging. Oh, yeah, it was it's snappy. There we go. So if you're in America, which some of you may or may not be, we had another shooting. Another mass shooting, because we don't go a day without a shooting, but another mass shooting. And since we're not allowed to call them what they are, or the term we used to use, I'm going to just call them invins now, since, hello, Bethir, hey, cat, involuntarily virgins, because that hasn't been banned by Twitch. That's not against TOS. So I'm just going to call them invins now. Just, you know, euphemism treadmill. I can play the game. Some fucking invin in Atlanta, Georgia, decided to shoot up 3 Asian massage parlors, which probably are hubs for human trafficking anyway. And no, I'm not just pulling that out of my ass. There's an entire fucking series of investigations in Atlanta going on. But, you know, some, like, Asian hate crime mixed with some invin shit. And, you know, the next thing you know is you have a guy who's fucking, like, the poster child for involuntarily virgins. Who, oh, no, because he didn't shoot any of the people involved other than the victims of it. Yeah. Couple of white dudes apparently, and a bunch of Asian women who worked at the parlors. And so yeah, the next thing you know is you got some invin fucking shooting up Asian massage parlors, unironically driving, or I suppose, you know, ironically driving a fucking Hyundai Tucson or some shit like that, right? Either way, yeah, shot up one place, drove over across the street, shot up the next one, and then drove another one, drove down a ways and shot up another one. They caught him. His booking photo is, special. It's special. You know, you take one look at him and you go, oh yeah, this most assuredly is a fucking invin looking motherfucker right here. Like, this guy's got it written all over him. And the massage parlors, if you go on Yelp, and you go on Google reviews, they were a hub for rub and tugs. They were. And so, who knows? a whole fucking ball of wax that I'm not even gonna begin to melt away or peel apart. But most assuredly, there was some sex acts going on in at least one of those facilities. Was he doing it for the cause? No, of course not. He just reeks of like in-vin energy. Yeah, yeah, and probably some Asian hate crime shit mixed in, because that's all on the upswing too, with, you know, COVID and all that sort of stuff. So fun. Somebody managed to blow up like half their fucking neighborhood in California. I don't know if anybody, it's, you know, mild exaggeration, but the explosion was not small, that's for fuck sure. I don't know how many of you guys saw that video making the rounds, but holy fuck. There. That's a residential neighborhood. It was illegally stored fireworks. Yeah, it was a bit of a stockpile. Where they used for gender reveal parties. I have no idea what their purpose was, but there is a video. I'm not going to track it down at this moment. Wither, are you not aware? Like, Stabby, of course it was. Yes, it was a lot of fireworks. There is a video by one of the neighbors who went inside after the first explosion, because there was 3 separate explosions apparently. She went inside to her house to see if everybody was okay, and the second big one went off, and you can sort of get a conceptual idea of how exactly large it is. I mean, are you guys not aware of how much destruction gender reveal parties have done? We lit like 1 million square acres on fire because of one gender reveal party. The history of gender reveal parties in this country is literally it's just wrought with massive destruction. Let's see. Let me try and find. Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. Let me try and I'll try and find the. Maybe that one, maybe that one. It's this one. Okay. Copy link. Yes, thank you, Amorous. For those of you who are wondering, there's one example by Amorous. Are you guys okay? All right, here you go. Fair enough, Wither. All right, so this is the woman across the street who went inside to see if everybody in her house was okay. And the second explosion is going to happen during this video. So you can get an idea of how exactly large the explosion actually was.
Are you guys okay?
It wasn't small. It was a lot of fireworks. So yeah. So one side of the country has some in-vin fucking shooting up random massage parlors, and then the other side of the country has some fucking moron who's improperly, and I mean illegally, I don't give a shit about that, but the improperly part, I really do give a shit about. Improperly storing large amounts of fireworks. And so, blew up part of his fucking neighborhood. Or I should say they, but, it was probably a dude. So that was, just to sort of recap in America today. And don't people understand fireworks are explosives? Apparently not. Apparently fucking not. Beth here. Yeah. Apparently not. That's all I have got. That's all I've got. People are fucking stupid. What are you gonna do? There was an official filing today. Yesterday. Yesterday. There was an official regulatory filing that Tesla filed, formally appointing or giving the title to Elon Musk Techno King of Tesla. One word, Techno King. It's all one word. Technoking. All one word. Techno King of Tesla. It is an official title and position at the company. They filed formal regulatory paperwork for this. It's a real fucking thing. Yeah, so ANCAP not pretending anymore? No. The neo-feudalist is not pretending anymore. He wants to be king. He wants to be the ruler of Mars. He really, really does. Yeah. And I do believe... let me find... that moment when your cyberpunk and latex fetishes go too far. One sec here. I'm gonna find the book. I believe that. Yes, that's okay. So it's the Mars trilogy by Kim Stanley Robinson, where the ruler, the king of the ruler of Mars, the title given to the ruler in, like I said, the Mars trilogy by Kim Stanley Robinson is Elon. That's what the king of Mars' title. Rather than king, they're referred to as Elon. This was written long before Elon Musk was a thing. I'm just saying. This dude wants to be the ruler of something. He really does. You don't understand. It's for the good of all of us. Isn't he building a city in Texas? I don't know. Why did he pay for the title? Which title? Founder of Tesla? Or Techno King? Because Techno King he didn't have to pay for. But founder he did. He had to buy the title. That was part of the contractual purchasing of Tesla. He bought the title of founder from the founders. Twat? Yeah, I think we're... Angie, as far as I know, fucking Daddy Bezos hasn't forbade us from saying twat yet. So fucking techno twat. Techno twat of Tesla, Elon Musk. Yeah, I think we're fine saying twat, Angie. In fact, I'm just going to say it a few more times just to, make sure. Twat, twat, twat. Somebody needs to twat Elon upside the fucking head. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I do like it though. It's a good fucking techno twat of Tesla, Elon Musk. No, he really does. He wants to be king of Mars. Let's see that one. And if you're in the UK, Yeah, apparently. Virgin, bad, but I'm going to go with invin, which is involuntarily virgin, right? Because they didn't mention that. And invin's a whole other word, so fuck it. I'm just going to run with it. So, in the UK, Boris Johnson is looking to pass a law with the support, of course, the fucking authoritarian government and the fucking nation state doing what the nation state does, trying to maintain the status quo. Protests that cause annoyances are to be made illegal with prison sentences up to 10 years. It would limit the right to protest outside of Parliament. It would any protests that are noisy or cause, quote, annoyances. Wither. Of course. Labor's just as much as part of the fucking apparatus now as anyone's a skeptic, so that doesn't surprise me too terribly. Protesting is now illegal, and I don't care. Let them jail me for the cause. Be it there. Rock the fuck on. I like the energy. Let's see. Invin is also a Korean esport company, so I have plausible deniability. Thank you, Amorous. Hey, he's a chap. That's good to know. Good looking out, Amorous. Good looking out. There's like one bit of good news in my feed that I could point to that's like, hey, that was a thing. Japanese court ruled that same-sex couples not being able to marry is unconstitutional. I mean, I think you guys know how I feel about marriage being a legal construct in the first place. But as long as there's going to be privileges associated with being married within a society, then yeah, it should be fair play, everybody involved. Yeah, non-binary. Oh, and like the Vatican apparently came out and said that they're not gonna bless same-sex. Like they said it's not kosher. Like it's not kosher. It's not cool for priests to bless same-sex couples. Time is fake. Yesterday, Vatican said that priests can't bless same-sex unions, and that such blessings are not valid. But there's a dissident band of Roman Catholic priests who have already come forward saying they will be defying church orders. Look, I don't understand why a gay couple would want to be blessed by a Roman Catholic priest, but as long as there's somebody who wants to be blessed by a Roman Catholic priest, and the Vatican says that no one is to be blessed by a Roman Catholic priest, and there's Roman Catholic priests out there saying, fuck them, I'll do it, I like them, right? Like, you know, I'm not a fan of the hierarchies that they're a part of. I'm not a fan of, like, the infrastructure they're a part of. I'm not a fan of the history, but I'm a fan of any rebel, right? Like, I don't really care. Like, you know, I like that. When they're willing to go against the apparatus like that, I can get behind that. And so, yeah, there's literally a band of rebel Vatican priests that are like, fuck you, we'll be blessing same-sex couples. Again, I don't understand why you'd want to be blessed by a Roman Catholic priest, especially as somebody with a same-sex partner, but you do you, boo. Let's see. Cuba's on track with legalizing gay marriage as well. Good for them. I think slavery is still illegal in Tennessee, and they're debating whether to get rid of it or not. Yeah, it's constitutional. It's still embedded in the Tennessee Constitution. Wither. Yeah. used to live there. I used to live in that ass backward state. Luckily, where I lived was, Earth is a zoo, isn't it? Fucking then the zookeepers have wandered away, apparently. Luckily, where I lived was big industry, big business. So lots of master's degrees, lots of PhDs, not a whole lot of ass backward shit. One thing I can say about my time spent in Tennessee. Beth here. Same-sex marriage has been legal in Scotland since 2014. I like Scotland. I do. So many inventions and inventors have come out of Scotland and continue to come out of Scotland. And I like the whole rebel spirit that y'all got going on, especially, you know, you got your fucking colonial masters like right there that won't fuck off. Gives you a good base of angst and anger to work off of, and I respect that. Also, I love that the unicorn is the national animal. I respect it. I do. I can get behind that. That's all I got for now. Good game. I'm out. Okay, mister. I want to hear that debate. Slavery is bad, but we shouldn't remove it because reasons. Heritage. It'll be heritage. We shouldn't alter our constitution because it's representative of our heritage, and now is not the appropriate time. In a time where our constituents have other more pressing demands, we shouldn't be wasting our time on such a frivolous matter. That'll be the argument. It bothers me that I can channel that easily. That is true, Wither. My great aunt in Scotland, apparently. My great aunt is in Scotland, apparently. It has some leftist nationalist popularity going on there. Yeah, I know, but I want to count on how many slavery is bad, but I can count. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, they should. You know, let them out themselves. Like, and how many of you jackasses are going to vote against this? Raise your hands. I don't know. I've never looked into it. Hello, Stellar. Angie, there may be, like, we'd have to break it by year because there may be a statistical disparity due to the fact that same-sex divorce wasn't legalized in some states at the same time same-sex marriage was, in fact. There may be, like, some controls that we have to do. Sadly, I need to vote SNP because the communist and socialist parties don't stand a chance yet. I love the utilitarian calculus you're doing, Baether. Yeah. That's, I respect it. I do. I can get behind that. Just, like, I'm sorry, you don't stand a fucking chance. Like, I have to be over there, or else those fucks win. Okay, so, I've got a couple studies here. This is from the Netherlands, Angie. So, there may be national differences. But as it looks, interesting. Lesbian couples are more likely to split than their gay counterparts. So Statistics Netherlands did a study examining same-sex relationships since 2001, and concluded that 30% ended in divorce within 10 years. Okay, so it is less. It's approximately 15% less. Lesbian couples are 15% less divorce rate than straight couples, at 30% divorce within 10 years. But gay male couples have a 15% divorce rate. So significantly less than both their lesbian and hetero counterparts. So, even though I don't really believe in marriage and it's not for me as a gay man, I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna go with tribalism and fucking let that pat me on the back somehow for being a better person than other people. But yeah. And if you want that, there you go. Just one study, though. Kentucky still denies marriage licenses to gay couples. The federal law is pretty unenforced. That's okay. Anybody from Kentucky who can't get a marriage license can come out to Nevada. We will gay marry you in a fucking drive-through. You can just drive through marriage that shit. And your marriage certificate has to be recognized by Kentucky. That's federal constitution territory. They don't fuck around with that. So yeah, you may not be able to get your marriage license in Kentucky, but come on out to Nevada. Come out to Vegas. We'll throw you a gay drive-through marriage. We don't give a shit. And send you on back to Kentucky with a valid marriage certificate. So, yeah. Oh, Wither, it's not that it was illegal, it's that there were no legal proceedings put in place. So if you don't have the legal methodology to dissolve the legal marriage, then you can't legally dissolve the marriage. So you have to have the legal processes to dissolve that marriage. Still make same-sex marriage more difficult. So you get same-sex marriage for a more committed couple and same sex. You have I have better odds with a woman versus a man. Sounds about right. As a woman, yes. Men have the best shot. Humans have the best shot at having a long-lasting marriage by being a gay male. That's amusing to me. Oh. I can't wait for the next, like, traditional marriage bro to fucking that I come across. I don't come across them that often, but I cannot wait to just haul that one out of my back pocket and be like, actually, hey Karina, gay panic IRL, just be happiness envy. You're trying to make everyone gay. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun moment in time to just haul that one out and be like, actually. Hey, non-binary, we were just apropos of a conversation born of marriage and gay marriage and statistical analysis that was done for over a decade in Netherlands. Basically, what the numbers show is that you have a 15% greater chance of having a surviving marriage if you're a lesbian couple, and you have a 30% greater chance of having a surviving marriage over a decade if you're a gay male couple. At approximately in the Netherlands, a 45% divorce rate for hetero couples, you have a 30% divorce rate for lesbian couples, and you have a 15% divorce rate for gay male couples. And so we're talking, I was just mentioning how that the next time I come across one of these traditional marriage bros, I'm going to be like, you know, the sanctity of marriage, I'm going to haul that fucking statistic out of my back pocket and be like, actually, yeah, exactly, Bather. Pops, you don't count. You're good people. 41 years in July. Fucking A, Pops. Mad props, man. That's, I don't have that in me. Like, I love my partner as much as I am capable of loving him, but, you know, I don't have that romantic side. I care about him, though. I do. You know, I just don't like the mushy shit. So can we get the gay and poly house on TLC? I know, right? Next up is poly rights for marriage. I'm a little a little gun shy, a little twitchy, a little traumatized from my previous. I've talked about him before. The waste of my 20s. After all was said and done, you know, he's like, well, I think I may be poly, actually. It's like, oh, that's good. That's good for you. I'm glad that you found yourself at the expense of like a decade worth of my emotional trauma. That's good that you found yourself, though. So I'm a little twitchy when it comes to that sort of stuff. But, you know, that's just my trauma. What are you going to do? Aren't you glad that I brought up the topic so you'll be ready when the Bible-thumping farm guy comes back? I am, Angie. I am. I am so happy. It'll be a fun moment. Super Stalliano. Spoke to some men who fought NATO in Western-backed fashion in the Balkans. White hetero men of Orthodox Christian belief with a strong desire for the old Soviet. They regard you as irrational Q-type slacker peons of imperialism. Oh, I know. We totally know. We joke about it, Stalliano, that we're firmly aware that all of the tankies, their go-to is that every anarchist and like we're all CIA agents and shit like that. So yeah, we make fun of them on the regular. They're fucking QAnon shit. They're QAnon types, dude. They're the QAnon of the left. I mean, they're fucking nuts. They see a CIA conspiracy everywhere they look. It's hilarious. Hey, Reed. Yeah, oh yeah, Stalliano. Yeah, and they're always super violent. Be over a 0% divorce rate for never married. Exactly, be over. That's fucking rocking that 0%. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, Stalliano, they're all fucking homophobic and sexist, right? Like, they're super patriarchal and macho societies. And yeah, they're always very homophobic, transphobic, which is disturbing. Oh, I was reading apropos of that. Oof, yeah, my ex had a similar moment when her boyfriend realized he was bi. Oh, God, hate that. I think everyone's first relationship will over wide open, then it changes after heartbreak. We'll see. Not all Slavs, but tankies, right? I'm not talking about the like specific region or people inhabiting it. I'm talking about a political ideology. Yeah. So I mean, again, you know, you could be in Russia or you could be in China with this sort of shit. Or in America. I don't know how the fuck we ended up with tankies, but don't bother explaining. But I mean, yeah, it's gay the tankies away. Yeah, we're firmly aware as a community of anarchists or anarcho-leaning people. We're very aware of the failings and downfalls and the trappings of tankies. Pierogi are fucking brilliant. Let's see. Yeah, oh yeah, Bathair. Guaranteed. This. Yeah, just throw a VPN on and go looking. It's readily available. Apropos of that, where I was headed with that, I was in one of the anarchism subreddits today, reading the updated posts, and there was a trans person, and they were lamenting the tendency within their trans community of being authoritarians. And they said, as an anarchist, they were disheartened. They were, I believe they said disillusioned, actually, with the prevalence of authoritarian tendencies within the trans community. And, you know, I can't speak from experience. All I can speak is as an outside observer. But I have noticed that tendency. And there was lots of discussion occurring as to, you know, why, some of the psychological factors and, you know, those sorts of things. But yeah, it was an interesting thread to read. I mean, are you looking for a physical copy, Bather? Because if you're looking for a physical copy, yeah, probably not. But if you're just looking for a digital copy, yeah, that's easy. Throw a VPN on and go looking. Do you guys have nationally filtered internet over there? Insurrectionary anarchism based or cringe? Cringe. Don't get me wrong, they're comrades. But I'm gonna lecture them. It's counterproductive. It's the wrong tactics. That's usually what it boils down to. Oh, and by the way, most of the insurrectionary anarchists wouldn't survive an insurrection. That's what I've found. More often than not, they're LARPing. That's just my experience over years. So, also regional dependent. Very much regional dependent. Yeah, okay, Bather, just throw a VPN on and go looking. It's readily available. Market, very much regionally dependent. I could say, like, you know, Rojava would be fucking based, right? Like, that's real praxis there. But if you're talking, like, Australia or the UK or the US, it's cringe. It's cringe. I remember a wonderful Campbell gent, one of the real old school. He told me he wished for World War again. It was anything goes, and he never had more action. I was shocked and delighted. Jesus Christ. Reminds me of, who was that guy? He was a British soldier who lamented the end of World War II. He was the last one to go into war with, like, a sword and, like, bagpipes and shit. Was he Churchill, but not related, right? I think his name was Churchill, but he wasn't related. Either way, yeah, he lamented the end of World War II. He said some quote about, you know, if it weren't for the Yanks, we could have had that lovely war going for another 10 years or some shit like that. Just talk about gay sexual action. I've heard that from the straights as well, by the way. Some of the men that stayed behind in England during the Blitz and that sort of thing, when they would take shelter, when they would take cover in the shelters, yeah, people would fuck. Like, with that existential, like, last moment dread, like, what are you going to do with this energy? You know, you may end, yeah, everyone was at it like rabbits. Yeah, it's a very real human response. Gay, straight, or anything else. Yeah. True warriors want peace, not war. Ready to fight, but don't look for one. It's like my, it's like verse 15 out of the Active Tao Te Ching. You are a prude or in the orgy. Yeah, basically. Or a child. Fair enough. Reed, what's insurrectionary anarchy? It depends on your individual definition, but generally the insurrectionists see insurrectionary action. I'm still, they see, there's two schools within insurrectionary action. I don't want to color them with a wide brush. Blah, blah, blah. Some people see insurrectionary action as just direct action taken in the form of, like, protests and general, like, dissent, right? Them, not so much. I'm not talking about them. But when you're in anarchist camps, generally when somebody's using the term insurrectionary action, what they mean is direct violent action. They mean true disruption in the classical sense. They mean, let's fight. Let's do this. They interpret, basically there's an ethical dilemma. There is the fact that they see it as self-defense against the violence, the inherent violence contained within the state. Therefore, any violent action that they take against the state is done within the realm of self-defense. And so they can rationalize and justify just about any action thereof. There were insurrectionary anarchists, many, 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 from the 1880s to like 1920s, 1930s. It's not so common as of now. Generally speaking, you hear people advocating for it, but not actually doing it. So these are individuals who are like, generally you find them in environmentalist circles these days. If you want to find an actual dyed-in-the-wool insurrectionary anarchist, go looking at like some of the hardcore environmentalist groups. That's where you'll find them. And I met one recently at a sex offender protest. Animal rights too. Yes, Staliano, that's another good one. Animal rights too. Animal rights ones, though, tend not to be anarchists. They tend to be like eco-fash territory. Like, they're authoritarian. They're not anarchist usually in their leanings, but they are like the same characteristics, though, insurrectionary violent actions. But I have noticed with the animal rights crew, they tend to be more authoritarian. They sort of lose their anarchist status with me very quickly. The eco crew, while there is a gaining momentum for eco-fascism, and trust me, there's a few of us keeping an eye on that sort of shit. And there's movement in those circles. Over my lifetime's worth of eco getting more violent, it is Staliano. Yeah, and they're not doing it according to anarchistic principles anymore. Like the 1960s to 1997, 98 territory was like the era of environmentally, like anarchistically driven environmental activism. What we're seeing now within the environmental activist realms, you're seeing more eco-fash. And I would argue that the animal rights crew has been authoritarian for a while. Definitely for the entirety of PETA's existence. But, I mean, that's just one man's analysis. Take it for what it's worth. Baythera. I'm still tripping on that Baythera sex offender protest. I know that they were protesting sex offenders, but the way it's, in the way it works in English, it could also be a protest comprised of sex offenders. So I have this like dual mental image of just a bunch of creepy looking dudes with vans protesting some shit. Oy vey. But yeah, that's the lowdown on insurrectionary activism. It is, generally speaking, well, not necessarily minor RV, but yeah, the minor could definitely be lost. Like it's revolts of all sides. The police were protecting one. Did he work with the police? Yes, exactly. Emrys. Fucking, it's a whole thing with them. It's a whole thing with them. Funny from nature. Yeah, and look for that to increase over the next few years. Like, over the next decade or two. Seriously, eco-fast shit has been on the increase for a few years now. And yes, definitely could be a larger scale. But yeah, generally speaking, if you're advocating for like insurrectionary anarchism and you live in the UK, Australia, or the US or Canada, sit down, LARPer. Like, calm down with that shit, right? Like, really? But they exist. Sometimes people in the protest streams will annoy the fuck out of me. I think they might have been tankies when I look back now. Probably, Angie. Probably. He got bailed after having 500 gigs of images. It is interesting. Bioregionalism. Taking a non-anthropological perspective. It is interesting. Bioregionalism. All right. Military funds a coup. It wasn't going to happen without them, really. Usually. One of my classmates did a lot of time in jail for eco-animal terrorism. Oh, ALF and ELF. Yes, be over. Fucking somebody sent me an ELF magazine, actually, with one of my anarchist book orders one time. Oh, no. I know. It was the screen printers who did the screen prints that you see behind me. The Labor Creates All Wealth, and that one's the White Rose Society, and that one's Blair Mountain. They sent me a fucking ELF magazine with those, and I was sketched the fuck out. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, could you not? Thanks. Like, talk about potentially bringing heat on people. Yeah. Yeah, ALF and ELF are sketchy as shit. Greenpeace on roids. Oh, it's a whole other... Wait, so the communists want to eat the rich and conservatives want to eat the poor. Do anarchists want to eat everybody? I'm genuinely curious if you kind of get where I'm coming from. I'm just kind of high. I'm phrasing maybe a little off. No, Reedsters, anarchists want to feed everyone. Rich, poor. We don't feel that there should be rich and poor, generally speaking. We just want everybody to be taken care of. Yeah. Like, if you're really embracing the ideology, if you're really living it, and you've internalized the lessons, then what you would see is that the rich are victims of society as well. They bear more responsibility in certain areas, of course. And that's where, you know, adult grade nuance comes into play. But the fact of the matter is that anarchists want equality for everyone, right? You should believe in, you know, reparative or restorative justice. You should believe in actual equity and equality for humankind, right? Yeah. That is, if you've taken the lessons on board. Many people just want a reason to fight, and they'll justify it using all sorts of rhetoric. Anarchistic, communistic, capitalistic, you know, nihilistic. It doesn't matter. The ones who just want to fight and just want to take, they'll do anything they can to do that. Skeptic. Shoe on Head blocked me. I don't know who that is, mister. Should I know who that is? Yep, Staliano. Climate change is going to be a whole fucking thing. I mean, it already is. There's already displacements happening on a global scale, but the next 2-3 decades are going to get real fucking interesting. Yeah. Okay, no. Okay, don't look her up. Got it. Cool. one of my mods telling me don't. Hey, Viva. Yes, it would, Bather. Yes, it would. And it is a foundational belief of anarchism. Not of communism, by the way. It isn't. Hey, Bad. Hey, I just got a couple of books from Firestorm because of you and got lost down many pages of the 2 bookshop sites. I blame you. I also want to bug you about PM Press sometime when I'm not writing a capstone. Fair enough. Bad. The long and short of it is that the operators behind PM and AK both have some very problematic beliefs and actions when it comes to anarchist philosophy and ideology. Right? It's one thing to sort of like say you are something and say you are behind a cause and say that you are for X, Y, and Z, but your actions have to line up. and there's problems behind the scene there. And there are people who have spoken about it over the years as well. This is not a new topic within anarchistic circles. Ferric has talked about it. Black has talked about it. Yeah. It's a thing. But yeah, anyway. Angie, my opinion, libertarians, conservatives see tankies as Antifa extremists, and they want to be the opposite of them. However, libertarian conservatives listen to your stream and anarchist views, you find a lot of common ground. You'd find a lot more common ground than you think. No, Angie, that doesn't surprise me in the least. That's not news to me. Not at all. I can more readily get someone from like a libertarian. Libertarians are usually easy. We're gonna disagree on a whole bunch of points. But as far as like the whole boot on your neck sort of shit, we line up like that. Conservatives really find interest, right? They're susceptible to libertarian rhetoric, which means they're susceptible to anarchistic rhetoric. So conservatives are, depending on what talking points I hit, can also be like made friends pretty fucking quick. It is the tankies themselves that are the problems for anarchists. It is the MLMs themselves that are problems for anarchists. They've killed, dude, tankies, like MLMs have killed more anarchists than fascists and capitalists combined. That's not hyperbolic. That's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. That's just flat out anarchist history. The MLMs have killed far more anarchists than any other group combined. So, just saying. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the least, Angie. How many more Texas snowstorms are in the future? Who the fuck knows? I need to read more about him for a while. It's been a while. I guess he's quite famous, infamous. Haven't asked about him since, I think it was called the Green Scare. Wait, yes. Yes, it was. 7 times 7 generation worth. I only know about Shoe on Head because she's an Armored Skeptic's ex-girlfriend. I don't know who Armored Skeptic is either. Seen it. So many people are on right. Then. All right. Are you sure? I think it'd be worse. A libertarian listening to an anarchist would also see awful. I couldn't tell you where they're based. No, AK is out of Chino, California. Non-binary. A bunch of years ago, basically the PM is out of Oakland. Chico, sorry, not Chino, Chico. Bunch of people were. Who are you asking that of, Viva? Whole bunch. They're basically okay. Like, fuck did I say? Basically a while ago, all of these people sort of know each other. And so there was this falling out with the Bay Area anarchist crew, basically, back in the day. Late 90s, early 2000s. She posted an insensitive meme about Elliot Page. All right. Well, quite a few anarchists fell to fascist guns. They did, but not as many as the MLMs, Staliano. I mean, my favorite example is the Moscow Anarchist Club bombing, artillery shelling in April of 1918 by the Lenin administration, and the machine gunning of anybody who fled. We could talk about Kronstadt, which, I mean, they were starting to go that sort of we want power of our own labor, anarchist ideology sort of shit. We could talk about Mao. the truth of the matter is that yes, there were a bunch of fucking fascists. There were a bunch of anarchists killed by fascists. Yes, there are far more killed by leftists, authoritarian leftists. Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. Non-binary. My throat's a little hurty, like down here. My throat's a little hurty, and you know, feeling a little dejected because we had another fucking dumbass shooting in this country because of some fucking racist dumbass fucking who couldn't get laid. But other than that, you know, it's about par for the course. Facts, for a long time it was that way. MLMs went to war. I thought they were a cult. Not non-binary. Marxist, Leninist, Maoists. If you are joking, though, it is a solid joke. Yeah. During the Lenin era of Russia, leading into the Stalin era, don't ask me, be over. I have no idea how people fall for MLMs. Basically, Lenin declared open season on anybody who had anarchist tendencies. I'm not kidding you. Tendencies was the translation. It's the English translation of the word. But yeah, anybody who had anarchist tendencies, open season. Yeah, it was a thing. They just wholesale executed anarchists. I mean, they put a lot of us on the wall. Yeah. Fair enough. It's a solid joke. Oh, Shu is the one who called Leslie Jones a gorilla. I remember that. Okay, I remember that. Who knew multi-level marketing was so dangerous? Herbalife versus Amway, War of 2012. Cardi B's beefing with Candace Owens. Interesting. Oh, I used to live in that. Oh, sorry about that. Are you familiar? No, I'm not actually. Camilio of Jesus. I'm not even gonna try. Sensio Fuegas. Fuegas. No, Fuegas. He was Castro's close ally in the Cuban Revolution. Che named his own son after Camilo, which was ironic that he did that considering Camilo was a capitalist. Specifically, he was a Keynesianist who did speak out against neoliberalism, but believed that capitalism is needed. It's weird how so-called revolutionaries will side and align with the people they claim to be against. Oh, that's skeptic. That's just the story of fucking history at this point. Oh, so here's is Cardi B the one who used to like drug and rob people? Is that her? Am I thinking the right person? Yes. Okay, cool. So what's going on here? Candace Owens tweeted and deleted something that her husband cheated on her with her brother. Oof. And when she asked to join, said no. I can't tell if she's joking or not, but why should even joke something like that? I can't take her seriously. Suing Cardi B, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Don't even get me started on doTERRA essential oils. There are actually good things about EOS until they change that shit. Mumble Grumble, MLM. Oh, this whole time I thought there was some Herbalife Amway thing where they killed anarchists. I was like, yo, this is something I gotta hear about. Why isn't this covered? Yeah, Reed. No. Yeah, MLM is common slang within the left. ML and MLM is Marxist-Leninist or Marxist-Leninist Maoist. Yeah. You're fine, mister. Hey, Sue. What's the rundown on the Candace Owens spiel? Yeah, apparently, I don't know. Apparently, her husband may have cheated on her with with the brother or something like that. I guess, like with her brother. And yeah, apparently the entire internet knows about it. Che was a broken dude to start with, Stelliano. He was fucked in the head. He was not a good person. He just wasn't. I know war does things to people, but it doesn't do those things usually. Hey, Raphael. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. When I read the book, Lenin, in the simplest terms, states that anarchists and council communists are liberal degenerates. Yes. Yeah. My town is all psyched about the new Herbalife Shake Shop. Jesus Christ. Oh, Dell jumped on me and said I'm anti-small business, anti-entrepreneur. Be over. Good luck with that shit. Raphael, throat's a little rough. Mentally a little checked out. And apparently the neuropathy is affecting my nose because it won't stop like tingling and itching. Joins Pyramid Scheme as an anarchist. You're on top. You should be afraid of us. You're scaring me. Exactly, Karina. Came from brutal times. Realization becomes a bondage all of its own. Yes, machismo within the society, and I mean, look, yeah, material conditions and historical conditions and societal upbringing and all of that, but there are people that transcend that, and you can sort of, what the fuck? Is Messenger encrypted chat actually secure? No. Yeah, anti-puppy mills does not equal anti-dogs. Use use Signal if you want something like that. Beather. Yeah, and if you're on your computer, use something that utilizes PGP. So non-binary, that what the fuck was for you? So here's the headline. GPs, general practitioners, doctors, urged not to test gay men for STI superbug over fears it will become more antibiotic resistance. We're talking about chlamydia here. I want a second study. I want a second study done by someone else entirely. I want a second study done. This is. Hey, Joe. My problem is that they're advocating for this only in the gay community. Yeah, on my desk by next sundown. Oh, I know that. Yeah. Yeah. My problem is their advocation for that non-testing, asymptomatic, non-testing in cases of asymptomatic individuals, only within the gay community. Why does this not extend to the heterosexual community? Like, is it just because of the reproductive potential outcome for women? And if that's the case, then you need further justification in the study. It feels off. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, it does. It stinks a little, Karina. It stinks a little. I've got problems with it. Just put it that way. So anyway, well, that was a thing. Ugh. It looks like they're solid. And it looks like they're keeping the pressure on, at least for canceling some student debt in this country. That's one of those things that, I mean, we need to reform. You know, Stelliano, disparities between medical practices within the medical community, vis-a-vis heterosexual versus homosexual, lead to unpleasant outcomes. Oh yeah, we talked about it at the top of the show, non-binary, about the fucking INVIN. That's what I'm calling them, involuntarily virgins, which we're not allowed to call people virgins. So I'm gonna create a new word, INVIN. And it's apparently a Korean gaming company. So I'm just referring to a Korean gaming company when I say this. About this fucking INVIN piece of shit that shot up the massage parlors, 3 separate ones, 8 fatalities, 2 white men, 6 Asian women. And the fact that, you know, those parlors were known for, like, rub and tugs and shit like that. It's a whole fucking thing. I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hate crimes across the border up in the U.S., but Asian related hate crimes are shooting up faster than everything else. Yeah. He drove a Hyundai, by the way. Do they? Good for them. I know a few of them do. Speaking of the vaccine, I'm getting my first shot today. Still think if the government took it seriously, the death toll would be 90% lower. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. And Christian terrorists. Yes. Sidewalk. We've had an issue with Christian terrorists in this country for years and years and years and years. My entire life. When I was a child, it was bombings of, you know, healthcare clinics, like reproductive clinics and women's healthcare clinics. I remember the one doctor who infamously got blown the fuck up because of his willingness to perform, you know, abortions. Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, since this country is formed. Yeah, basically. What was bad about a green screen interview? Everybody does green screen interviews. What were they putting on the green screen that was supposedly so bad? Like, everybody uses green screens for interviews these days. I don't understand what the context is. Like, who gives a shit? Like, you did an interview on a green screen. Okay. Like, 95% of news channels do that. I had Timothy McVeigh. Fucking Turner Diary shit up in here. I remember that too. The doctor and all the bulletproof glass that went up in the clinics. Yeah, exactly, Birdie. Send me a link, I guess. Hey, Mia. I mean, okay. I don't care. Yeah, exactly. It's always the pro-lifers that, you know, are pro-death penalty, pro-war, pro-pipe bombing healthcare clinics. Yeah, it's always them. I mean, you know, I guess if they lied about it, then fuck that administration. It's kind of bullshit, but, you know, I got bigger fish to fry than that. Yeah, exactly. Totally pro-Biden. I mean, fuck him for other reasons. Like, green screen, who gives a shit? Like...
with other countries? Is it allies or neighbors first? Who will be the first country? Bruh, bruh, bruh. Who will be the first country to get U.S. extraction? Was you know that very shortly.
Let's see. Hey, Mia. Ooh, what were you in the ICU for, Mia? I'm in here. Duly noted. Nothing I can do on the fly though. Oh well, that music is actually designed to take the place of the audio, my audio level, right? Like my normal music in the background is a different level entirely. Yeah, it's literally supposed to replace me. So yeah. But if the level needs adjusting down a little bit, like if it's louder than my speaking voice right now, like if it's blown out beyond that, then just let me know. I'll tweak the levels another time. All right, cool. Yeah. So yeah, what were you in the ICU for, Mia? Or I mean, if you want to share. But I'm glad you're like alive and back online. Almost every incident for the past year blamed on BLM and Antifa as white Christians. Is there a term for them other than Al-Qaeda? Not that I'm aware of, but Al-Qaeda works. Oh, no worries, Sue. No worries. Fucking, I adjust and adapt became one word. Adapt. I adapt. Oh yeah, we talked about that at the top of the fucking show too. Non-binary, about how fucking Boris wants to like make illegal any protest that is an annoyance. Protesting outside Parliament, anything that produces too much noise. I'm sure it'll be fine. Y'all should be out there fucking handling that shit. If you're in the UK, fucking handle that shit. Oh, yeah, and the, why are they, I thought we agreed not to call them gypsies. I thought we were fine. We were like Romani and travelers. Why is the Guardian using gypsy? I thought we were like all in consensus on this one. Like, Romani and traveler. But maybe I'm misinformed. Yeah. Oh, and hey there, Maniac. Nice. Nice read. At least we have a right here in theory. Mr. You talking to US because we haven't had a right to actual protest. Why did that not pop? Davey Olivar RS, thank you for the follow. I don't know why the alert didn't pop. But either way, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Mister, if you're talking about the U.S., then we haven't had the right to properly protest since 9/11. During the Bush administration is when the free speech zones got rolled out. I remember that shit. Greetings from Brazil. Hello. Well, greetings from America. Specifically Las Vegas. Did the cops drive that POS to Burger King after the shootings as per protocol? Mr. Oh fuck, I was an embryo. Now I've got a history of this shit at this point, right? Like I've got many years being involved in these arenas. And yeah, I remember the Bush protest, Bush administration protest where during the, oh God, I forget which financial convention. Oh, no. I think it may have been the RNC that got rolled out. We, got cordoned off into free speech zones that were like a half a mile away from the actual convention center. Yeah. That is true, Bather. That is true. Fuck knows. The Scots and the Irish know that for goddamn sure. Part 4, they ban encampments. Thank you. These aren't even linked. Fuck, god damn it. So what was that? Page 43, part 4. Unauthorized encampment, 61. Thank you. $61. Yeah. That would apply to them. It would. That would apply to the Romani and others. Hey, Frutus. Not the same reading about it as experiencing it, that's for sure, in regards to 9/11. No, it isn't. Having lived through the era and having lived in, coming of age, like, well, I was in high school 97 to 2001 territory, right? Like, that's my era. I was, I was as formed as you can get when you start getting that angst and anxiety about society and, like, I want to change something, that sort of thing. So late 90s. So yeah, I knew what this country looked like prior to 9/11, and then 9/11 happened and shit changed. It's never been the same. It hasn't. Anybody who lived in this country prior to 9/11 and had even, some level of adult experience can tell you about the drastic societal shift and especially the governmental overreach that occurred. Look, it was bad. It was bad to start with. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was fucking the halcyon days of yore. It wasn't, a fucking paradise on earth. But compared to what we have now, yeah, it's night and day. Really is. Home Secretariat, Priti Patel, Home Secretary, horrible reaction, bully, seems sympathetic to the protesters. It's been undermining the chief cop. It's a bit strange, but the Met Police have been showing signs of regressing back to their really old ways, so I'm confused. Ugh, Steliano, sorry to hear that. I've done some minor studies on the Met before I did an essay in a podcast on the origins of and problems with policing, and so, if you have to go back to the origins of metropolitan policing, you got to go back to the Met, right? Like, that's where you got to start. So, yeah. Yeah, sure, you can protest over there where we can't hear you or see you or be in any way convenienced by you. That'll show us. I remember Guyana and Jim Jones. I remember a lot of stuff. Fuck yeah, be over. I could see the smoke from my school in Long Island, 11 at the time. Used to feel like the Middle East was very far away. My roommate worked in the tower. She was there. My dad's girlfriend, too. Fuck. I was 13 on 9/11. Lot changed from what I saw. Yep. If they gave you shit about COVID, they arrested Boris as fast. I don't think I'll ever forget seeing the plane hit the second tower. I was in my 30s on 9/11. Yep. No, wait, I was 14, says Maniac. I was 3, says Mister. That's the thing. In spite of the dot-com crash, the mood was still unmitigated optimism with capitalism and the end of history rhetoric. Yeah, it was, Frutus. It was. Hey, Rich. Stoner from Southern California. What do you stream, Rich? Like, if you've got all the stuff, but I don't see any VODs or anything. I'll throw you a shout out. Either way, welcome. Yeah, things changed forever. A sidewalk. Things changed forever, especially the creation of the Department of Homeland Security and the police state apparatus all sort of coagulated into this federal policing that we now see. It became a whole thing. And don't think that we weren't surveilling the populace prior to that, right? Like, as an IT person from way back, the NSA was already doing a global surveillance program. That was not like, it was a reaction of 9/11. No, it wasn't. We knew about the Echelon program for decades. So, yeah. It's the same from it is from the same organization, which is a current program spying on everyone from anarchists to sewing groups to campaign groups, working to stop mass calling of hedgehogs on an island. All right, there we go. It's like hedgehogs and yes. Yeah, the Patriot Act was in the works for a while. They just got to cram it through. Never let a crisis go to waste. Yes, and illegal torture. The Bush CIA torture program. Nice. Cool. Thank you for the link, non-binary. Yeah, so much FBI surveillance on civil rights leaders. Yeah, oh yeah, all the fucking old school surveillance going, COINTELPRO, and even prior to that, coordinated intelligence program. If you don't happen to know what COINTELPRO, yeah, they were responsible for infiltrating and disrupting and potentially assassinating, depending on who you speak with, some of the civil rights leaders. They most assuredly, the FBI most assuredly tried to get Martin Luther King Jr. to kill himself. So that's a thing. We have a lot of work to do, folks. We have a lot of work to do. You know, normally I have to be idealistic and optimistic because, I mean, fundamentally anarchism is an idealistic philosophy. But feeling a little doomerish right now, having talked about all of this sort of stuff and remembering all of the stuff I can remember about it, you know, some of the memories. We got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do. Last two Republican presidents are just mean people from the business world. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Viva. We don't ratify anything. That's not a thing the U.S. does. Like, we literally, like, everybody needs to sign this treaty. Well, how about yourselves? No, we're good. Are you kidding? No. Speaking of which, I was in the subway yesterday, and the PA system announces that, hang on. Anyway, all right. I was in the subway yesterday, and the PA system announces that the train won't stop at such and such a stop. Looking at the news, people were protesting the global security law in front of the Senate and got the police so worried that they had to lock the subway entrance, probably deny exit of the premises. Lovely. Fucking lovely. Jesus Christ. Do you know the acronym OODA? Observe, Orient, Decide, Act. Non-binary. I can't tell you, it was a military strategist that created it, but I can't tell you his name off the top of my head. Jesus be over. I remember when Elvis died, John Lennon too. Yeah, Pops would as well, if Pops is still hanging out. Yeah, it's a law enforcement and military strategy set. Yeah. Yeah, Viva. Yeah, 100%. Rock on. Rock on, Rich. Well, hang on. Let me, because I know there's a flow chart that goes with OODA. OODA. I don't know if we actually say it. I don't know if it's a proper acronym, if we're supposed to say it or not. All right. We'll do this together. I'll put it on the screen. And of course I'm covering where my face is. It says act. So if you're reading this flow chart right now, behind me is the act in observe, orient, decide, and act. All right. Actually, you know what? We're going to do this as a group. Who wants to come on air? Sue, I know you're waiting, so don't worry about fucking telling me you're there. I'll pull you up as soon as I jump in. Who wants to actually work through this? Let's see. And who brought this up? It's non-binary, right? Yeah, it's non-binary. So non-binary, fucking get your ass into voice chat too. It's okay, Joe. It's okay. It's, is this? Okay, there we go. Michael. Boo. It's a flowchart. It's not. What do you? I don't. Whatever. I need to be anonymous. That's fair. Hey, look, it's my Rocket League strats in a pick. Give me one sec, Reg. I'll hook you up. I've never played Rocket League. Whisper. Check your whispers, Rich. There you go. let's see. I remember Michael Jackson's death because my illegal weed dealer told me when I picked him up in an alley how times have changed before there were dispensaries. Oh, it covers that up. All right. So let's fucking walk through this.
Hi.
Hey, all right. So let's see if we can work through this. See, we'd need a specific situation to apply this because this is a bit too specific, right? Like this is supposed to be used for a specific situation, such as like the example I think they use in the Wikipedia article about it is like a fighter pilot being shot down, right? So this would be most useful in the instance of something along the lines of, say, a protest, right? Like if you were protesting, your observation, so implicit guidance and control. Okay, so we're attempting to have a nonviolent protest. What are we attempting to do here? Well, we're attempting to disrupt something. Let's say that there is a work shutdown that is occurring or a work slowdown, and the police have been called in to disrupt the work shutdown. So what are the protesters there doing? We are attempting to disrupt the police's attempt to disrupt the protest, right? Unfolding circumstances. The police are calling in reinforcements. They seem to be heavily armed and geared up in riot gear. There are MRAPs present. Outside information, say somebody is watching the mainstream media and the local news, and the police are reporting during the local news cycle. The chief of police is on the news saying, don't worry, we plan on, this will not go long, we will be ending this. Unfolding interaction with the environment. The police are beginning to spread out and apply pressure. They are attempting to kettle you, right? Yeah. So orient, previous experiences, analysis and synthesis, cultural traditions, genetic heritage, and new information. Now, genetic heritage isn't necessarily referring to like your actual genetic heritage. This is an informational loop. So let's just focus on a few of these so we can run through these. Cultural traditions. Culture of protest. If you are at, like, if there's a heavy protest, anarchist contingent there, heavy protest contingent, indigenous protesters, people who have experience protesting, right? Cultural traditions come into play. New information. We know they are going to start pressuring us. Previous experiences. If you were at the G200 or whatever the fuck it was in Washington during the last inauguration cycle, I'm sorry, the G20. Was it the G20? I forget what. Several hundred people got arrested for that protest, though. But if you were there, that was a quintessential and classic case of kettling in play, right? Previous experiences, we've been through this before. Analysis and synthesis. All right, so we are seeing this. It is happening. What is the result of this? This is orienting yourself. You figuring out what's going on. Feed and forward. You go into decide. Implicit guidance control plus the feed and forward goes in. I will do that right now. That's not a big deal. Here you go, mister. So decision and hypothesis comes into play at this point. It comes into play. And you notice this has a feedback loop. So your decision, what are we going to do? Right? Shift. Move locations now before they close ranks and they start literally engaging, right? Before they have a moment to truly kettle your ass. What is our decision? Run, splinter, fragment, because there are more of us than there are of them. Previous experiences told us they cannot catch us all. All they can do is grab a few of us. And if it means that you sacrifice 3 protesters, but you keep the protest going, then that's a decision that you have to be willing to make. You feed this back into the observations, you run it through the previous system, you run it through the orientation. Will this work? It has worked before, previous experience, new information, are there enough of us, this sorts of things. You run this through your observational set. If you are happy with this hypothesis, then you feed it forward and you run it into the test action, right? That's where, let's see if I can You can sort of see it over. Oh, it's still covered. All right. So under where you see my name, that's that's action in parentheses test, right? So do it. Do it. And if it works, unfolding interaction with the environment, feed it back through. Did it work? Run it through your observations, run it through your orientation. And so the next time that it happens, you have that action that you just took fed through your previous experience and your interaction with the environment. And this is a perfect, don't turn your back when they say disperse, move back, walk backwards. That is true. Sidewalk. That would feed into previous experiences. And so this is what in an OODA or an ODA, I don't know if we're supposed to say it. I've never really heard anybody talk about it out loud. And so this is an OODA loop. All right. This is just one example applied to a protest methodology. So there you go. There's an example of how to apply an OODA loop. And as the link is in chat. I hope non-binary. All right. So I hope that sates your want for that. Hope it was useful. So what I was thinking was observe, we see a general political situation where many people are starving. They're losing their jobs and homes. We know there's a lot of discrimination in society, and in the past people have looked for scapegoats, etc. Examples, 1920 Germany, this reached for Nazism. In a modern context, it's Trump and authoritarians. All right, let's see if we can run that loop. Actually, I don't even think we need the loop to run that. Jeez, my jaw hurts suddenly. Fucking TMJ shit. And oh, there's our. Oh, interesting. RV's internet just cut out. All right. Back to that. All right. Anyway. OODA. All right. I've had this every day at a job in my industry once before. It says, hey, Corey, by the way. Hey, Corey. You can actually apply it in a food bank as an action or helping provide housing, etc. You can apply it. I mean, it's just an iterated version of a common decision-making process, right? Like this is, an OODA loop is essentially, everybody's familiar with it. Most people just haven't seen the formalized process. Right? Like you take your observations as a human being, you apply it to a problem that you're presently facing. You think about, will it work? What are some of the potential problems or hangups that it may have? You feed that back through any outside information you may gather. You like research stuff and be like, oh, okay, well, how do you resolve this problem? Or you speak to somebody who has been through this before and you're like, how did you deal with this? And you apply that. That's part of the feedback loops that occur. You run it through a test action, if you can small scale it, and then you run that feedback loop, and then you put it into action, right? Like most people are familiar with that loop. They just have never seen it formalized before.
And hi, Radical.
Corey, if nothing else surprisingly effective, you can do it with the same with Kaizen walks, etc. Does this mutual aid stuff you do actually apply? Actually make you guys happy? Anarchists tend to be depressed. Anarchists tend to be depressed because we're paying attention. One of the most insightful things that has ever been said to me was by this crazy old burned out hippie. And I walked up to him and he said, how you doing? I said, I'm fucking miserable. He said, good. That means you're paying attention. It's that simple, right? Like there's enough shit going on that like you should be paying. If you're paying attention to it, you should be at least a little disturbed by it. If you're fucking skipping and fucking seeing unicorns and rainbows everywhere and you're just like, nothing could be better, then clearly you are not informed. Clearly you're not paying attention, and clearly you're not emotionally invested in the state of the world as it stands. Chaz was a TAZ, a temporary autonomous zone as conceived by Hakeem Bey. It's not intended to last. If you want lasting anarchistic societies, I can give you many examples. You look at my cheat sheet on my website for a bunch of examples, from everything from small communitarian that lasted for 375 years up into large distributed communities that include 100 million people, such as Zomia, and everything in between. You're either uninformed or you're Nietzsche. I'm Doug Stanhope, and that's why I drink. Exactly, Haim. Fuck it. The only reason I'm drinking tonight is to keep up my Cal Ripken-like record. Yeah. Oh, is this person fucking familiar to some of you? Oh, well, and their account was created 3 days ago. So, fucking anybody who has a new account, you know. But hey, if you want to actually talk theory, like, by all means, fucking I'm L and I'm sober for now. No, in fact, power vacuums, such as in the case of Kospaya, led to 375 years of progress and success, to the extent that they became a literal financial threat to the papal states at the time. You'd be surprised how effectively productive anarchistic societies can be. In fact, usually when the society falls apart due to capitalism, due to warfare, due to failed states, anarchism steps in and takes care of the people. Share what you know. Thank you for the follow. I don't know why the alerts aren't happening tonight, but they aren't happening tonight. So for whatever reason, there you go. But thank you for the follow. Share what you know. Like, that's the thing. I'm betting, Templar, that you're used to talking to people. I bet you're used to talking to people that don't know much. And so you just stepped into an arena. Tell you what, Templar, you want to come on the air? I'll even let you speak. You don't know much, but you're willing to talk, right? Like, that's the thing about people like you, right? Like, people with 3-day-old accounts that like to go to random channels and talk shit. Yeah. You love to run your mouth, but you don't know much about anything, do you? Oh, sure, L. Of course you can. L, you know you can always stop by. If you just want to stop by right now, L, by all means. Jump on in. He tried to troll 7th, failed horribly when it went to rule, where he showed that he either doesn't understand it, even after you explain it in the most clear ways. Oh, figures, Viva. Well, come on through. Why is it always up to the idiots to save the day? That's the thing. He said he wished the Christians were wiped out to the map during the Crusades. That's genocidal. Yes, it is. Well, I'm not 7th, and I prefer not to commit genocide. But you know, Christians, Muslims, atheists, I don't really care. I'm an anarchist. Do you know what anarchism is about, or are you just here to run your mouth? Because I'm more than willing.
I'm just here to run my mouth.
Oh, well, that's okay. We love you, Al. But, you know, if you want to learn, I'm by all means, I don't have to be hostile, but you started the hostility. And I'm more than happy to finish the hostility. So, do you want to learn? Do you have an open mind? Are you here in good faith? Or are you just here to try and start some shit?
That's quite a question. That's quite the question, Kai.
That's an honest question.
It is. It's an honest question, and it's a good question. You know.
Viva, and he lies about people like he just did. Interesting.
Wait, he's a liar?
Yeah, no, imagine that.
Is he a Weasley little liar?
Oh, I know a little. Anarchism is stateless society. Well, anarchism is largely a philosophical lens of analysis, though political advocacy for anarchism does include an elimination of the state due to the fact that the state is seen as an unjust hierarchical power dynamic. And as such, as an unjust power dynamic, it should be replaced or eliminated if it can be.
Hell yeah.
Chuds don't lie. Stop sensationalizing. I know, right, non-binary?
Wait, for real?
Yes.
I was under the opposite impression, actually.
Fucking, actually lying, still lying. What about protecting children from abortion? You mean fetuses? You mean non-people? Sorry.
Hell yeah.
Life does not begin at conception. Life began many, many, many years ago, probably about 1 billion years ago, and is a continual process, right? If you're looking for distinctions along the way, as far as I'm concerned, the distinction is, can your ass survive outside of the womb? No?
Nice.
Then you're not a person. Like, that's...
Well, I disagree with you there potentially, but I'm probably not. I'm just, being terminological about it, but... there are folks who are, screwed over by the world as is, and so are unable to survive, and that's not okay, obviously.
Yeah, that's not the that's not the distinction we're making. We're making literally breathing.
Oh yeah, no, okay, then I'm with you.
We're talking
100%.
Biological distinction,
Sorry.
not sociological.
Gotcha. Then
Yeah.
we're in agreement in the first place, and I was wrong. I apologize. My bad.
I didn't ask to be born. That is life in the fetus. Unacceptable. Oh, Templar. You can take your fucking Bible thumping pseudo-pomo. Okay, so here, let's play this game, Templar. Let's play the game.
Pseudo-pomo? I love pseudo-pomo. I'm all about it.
Let's play this, Templar. Let's do this. Why not? So you're pro-life, are you? So you're against the military-industrial complex, right? You protest police who unjustly kill people. You're against the death penalty. You're for social welfare programs that take care of the starving, the indigent. You're for housing as a right. You're for Medicare for all. Because you're pro-life, right? I'm for I'm okay with self-defense. I'm for charity. Because the charity is doing such wonders at that. I'm for property. I'm for tradition. Whose tradition? What tradition?
Tradition.
Whose tradition? Taoist tradition? Hindu tradition?
Probably isn't my tradition.
Indigenous North American indigenous tradition, because there's South American indigenous tradition. There's the Australian continent indigenous tradition. Whose tradition?
These are good questions, Kai.
Oh, Judeo-Christian. Interesting. I'm also for family. What kind of family? The recent creation of the nuclear family. The two-partner nuclear family, which is a very recent creation that, historically speaking, doesn't exist. Let's see. Yeah, a bunch of people, not my family, not my tradition. Personally, I fully support abortions for children. Let's see. Children should have access. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Not my opinion, not my feelings, not my life.
Oh, the nuclear family with male and female figures leading.
Oh, you're so adorable. What's that recency?
Adorks.
What's that recency bias? Because traditional marriage isn't that. That's for 99.9% of human history. It hasn't been that. So that's a recent creation. I'm for a return to traditional tradition.
Hell yeah.
See, this is the thing. You use words and cultural touchstones and varying points that have such a recency bias to them that are so entrenched within your own subculture that you have no realization that when you speak and say these words, that they don't necessarily mean the things that they mean. But hey, who's got time for nuance, right?
Not me.
You've got women to force back. Hey, thank you for and it popped. It hasn't been popping recently. Thank you for the resub. L.
Hell yeah.
Thou shalt live to say.
Your alerts are being racist. They're only popping up for Prime subscriptions.
Yeah, apparently, fucking
yeah.
racist fucking
Hell
alerts. Let's see. I'd be willing to change my stance on the death penalty if certain people could be jailed for life. With male and female figures leading it. So how about a trans male, trans female figure leading that nuclear family? Are we okay with that?
I'm not. I'm against it.
Again,
What?
like where
What, Ellie?
Go ahead.
What?
I'm against trans families
Why?
because I don't want a family. No, thank you.
Well, just because you don't want a family doesn't necessarily mean other trans.
No, I think that everyone should do what I want to do because the world is all about me in the end and not anyone else's thoughts or feelings. You
Yes.
know? I'm not a
L's
fascist.
gone full on solipsist.
No.
Yes. Fucking, there's nothing outside my personal experience. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That's true. I've heard that.
J. Miles, yes, that is exactly right. Corey set this fucker straight. If you want a perfect example of how the nuclear family was and is bullshit, read Bukowski. Oh, fucking good old Charles.
Love him.
I think we should go back to whatever the Sumerians were doing. Traditional marriage was, for many years. Traditional marriage is a financial transaction that's meant to align power dynamics between two clans. The clan, the familial unit, then would be collectively responsible for raising children, oftentimes with the elder children helping doing the majority of the lifting for the raising of the younger children. You can still see examples of this in play in various parts of the world. One of the best examples, in my personal opinion, is the lake and water people of Vietnam. They still adhere to this sort of traditional style of marriage and familial upbringing. Let's see, super queer is non-binary. Love it. Let's see, culture is a fluid thing, changes throughout history, influence of foreign cultures, exactly. Critical, I'm all for having no kids, they're all assholes anyway. Viva, you want him to read, that's a bit hard. Family doesn't need to be
difficult.
Family doesn't need to be male and female, love is the only thing that matters. Let's see, well, I don't buy the trans argument, there's 3 genders, masculine, feminine, and neuter.
Okay.
I love you. You're fucking. I like. That's the first interesting thing you've said. Just so you know, that's.
Wait, Templar, you don't think I can transition? Then what do you think?
Apparently, according to them, you can.
That's amazing. Oh, hang on. That deserves.
Amazing.
All right.
Hell yeah.
That legitimately deserves a JLP. So fucking neutered is a gender for Templar. That's fucking hilarious. All right. Well, that's a new one. Corey. Templar, I wish you well in your weird bubble that you exist in. I hope that you get out of that bubble, travel a little bit. Hey, Grinning Behemoth, thank you for the follow. They seem to be working now. Go visit India. Go visit Thailand. Well, you're probably a fucking libertarian, so Thailand's probably already on the list to go to.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be going to Thailand to check out them. What do they call them?
Lady boys. It's that lib right compass territory where you're like, yep, they have always got that inclination. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Templar. And by hate to be the bearer of bad news, I mean I love it. Gender has always been a fluid concept for a multitude of cultures across the globe. It's your Eurocentric, North American, puritanical bullshit that has it ossified. Ossified means solidified or hardened.
Like a bone.
Viva, Thailand, because Thailand has a more flexible view of gender. India has a more flexible view of gender. Or go visit, because clearly you're probably an American. Go visit your local reservation. Go visit an indigenous community. Go to any of the variety of, you know, are outsiders allowed to just show up at a powwow, Sue? Are we like, are like outsiders allowed to just like roll up to a powwow?
Yeah, you can go to a powwow. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Go visit a powwow and fucking go talk to a culture that predates yours on this continent that has a more fluid, flexible definition of gender. Like, get out there, meet some people.
I think it's incredible how Templar is going to this idea of, you know, well, Latin said gender this way, so therefore I know the word, and the word is good, and the word is what I say it is, because Latin, you know, it's really cute.
Actually, the gendered version. Okay, so gender taking on a male-female role appears in the 15th century in England, not in the Latin base word. Just so you know. If you want to roll it back, basically it only means a kind, sort, class, or a kind of person that shares a set of traits. This is the origin of the word, etymologically speaking, and you can verify this using Etymonline.
I love that site. It's one of my favorite sites.
The guy who set that website up is one of my heroes.
Is he really? I was reading his about page like 2 days ago.
I love that dude.
And he seems dope.
Yeah.
Your gender must be expressed at your birth, minute 0. Anything after that is meaningless to them.
Viva, it doesn't have, it's not, the relationship is the other way around, right? It's not Thailand having something to do with being neophilus. It's the fact that they have an obsession with Thailand. Yeah, it's not a reciprocal relationship. It is a unidirectional relationship coming from the like libertarian community and an obsession with Thai ladyboys. And so it's,
I don't think you're wrong.
yeah, it's sort of a joke at this point within certain communities.
Templar says your gender must be expressed at your birth, minute 0. Anything after that is meaningless to them.
So,
Nice.
what about intersex? What about like
Meaningless.
yeah? What about like hermaphroditism? Like what happens about the people who express both sexual characteristics and traits, like primary sexual characteristics?
That means nothing, sir. Good day, sir.
Yes, exactly. What about like fundamental biology and medicine, Templar, that you clearly don't have a grasp of?
Nope. There are
Well,
no bimodal distributions.
I mean, take a look at their name, Templar.
No, I know.
I know. I did.
Templar glory. So
Templar glory.
yeah, like so you're for banking, I guess. Like Templars.
He's a cleric. He's a great cleric in the world.
Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Be over. Until recently, if you were left-handed, you were considered like the devil or a witch. Like, yeah, they would. If you went to Catholic school and you wrote left-handed, they'd fucking beat you.
Can I correct the record on some issue that Lord Fritzhus just brought up? Do you mind?
Fertus. Yeah, go for it.
Hell yeah. So, Lord Fritzhus, you're a little bit off with the terminology there, at least from my ideological perspective when it comes to this. Is that, first of all, hermaphrodism, as far as I know, or hermaphroditism, I think it was originally, or what have you, is an outdated term of art. Now we use this term of art called intersex instead.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily neuter or non-binary, I suppose, is what you mean in terms of gender ideology.
Well, he's making a
intersex
callback.
People can be he, she, or they, or other neopronouns.
Well,
it depends on their gender identity, which is separable from their biological sex, or it can be. It would have to be in their case, potentially, depending if they're non-binary or not, I guess. In any case, it's that way.
Yeah, it's not. Fertus is just making a joke callback to the fucking male-female neuter. Like, well, that's got to be neuter then.
Oh, I must have misunderstood.
Yeah, that's
I
what Fertus is
apologize.
doing, is fucking like
I
using
am an
Templar's
ass.
dumbassery. It's like, well,
I'm an
clearly
ass.
that's
You made an
neuter.
ass out of me. I'm sorry.
And I cannot express this enough. It's not Lord Fertus, it's Lord Farquhar. Okay?
Oh, true.
Yeah, Fertus, I'm being dumb on purpose. Don't worry. Yes, exactly, Viva. Now you're following. Now you're getting it. Lucy, hey Lucy, oof, what a thing to walk into. Fister, I do wish they would come up with a new argument at least. Keep the debate fresh. Blah 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 genitals.
Nice.
Fair enough, Angie. Gender is based on sex, masculine and feminine. You can act outside your gender, but you are still your gender linked to your sex. Well, I hate to be, again, the bearer of bad news. And again, by hate to be the bearer of bad news, I mean I revel in it.
Same.
Templar, people with far more degrees, years of research and study into these topics, and experience in the field with people who these topics directly affect, disagree with you. And by disagree, I mean vehemently, and by many, I mean like 99%.
True.
So, you know, I don't know how else to put this, but you are ignorant, ill-informed, and incorrect. So, trifecta?
Yeah, I think that's about the size of it.
Jordan Peterson. You mean the
It's a hat
same
trick.
guy who got kicked out of the university he used to be employed in? Oh, you mean that guy?
Jordan Peterson is my favorite. I love him.
Kermit? Oh, Kermit's fucking great.
Hell yeah. It's not easy being green, you know?
Yeah, we were watching, were you here for that? Fucking some Jordan Peterson. I was like, why the fuck is
No, I
Kermit
wasn't.
talking?
Nice.
Well, but if you're going to fucking wait, what was it? I saw something. Bagheera, are you for or against the Second Amendment? Bagheera, I'll tell you what we always tell people: if you go far enough left, you get your guns back. What is this?
No, he has an honorary PhD.
Nice. Good for him.
They just
He's
gave it to him, even though he didn't earn it.
wait, what's happening up here?
Who, wait, no, Jordan Peterson? No, he actually is
Yeah.
a clinical counseling psychologist, is my understanding.
Yeah, if he's some sort of psychologist.
I believe it's counseling, if I'm not
nasty.
mistaken. Yeah.
Nasty. I wouldn't go to him.
Me either.
This is the classic fucking read a biology textbook. Okay. Gender is not the same
Have
as
done.
sex. Biological sex refers to the anatomical and physiological phenotype. Gender is a category assigned by the individual based off of behavior and cultural practices. One's gender need not coincide with one's biological sex. No, you can't use a modern textbook.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Bagheera's a big chud too. Chuds make for good friction. See, I am an advocate for chuds because chuds bring up stupid points, but
Yep.
their ignorance presents an opportunity for teaching, and teaching opportunities are wonderful, right? Like they probably won't learn something, but other people may. And so,
Can I add to that point?
yeah.
In addition, they give opportunities for comedy, which I enjoy.
Yes, that is
personally.
true. Dude, my uncle works at Nintendo, and he says boys have pee-pee, says Mister. Let's see. Hey, yeah, oh my God, this moron listens to JP. It all makes sense now. Lucy, I was born indeterminate sex. My parents have had me corrected to female. Love that shit.
Oh, no.
I exhibited male behaviors. I have both male and female sexual characteristics, physically in XXY, genetically. EFF binary bullshit. I don't listen to JP. Yeah, he needs a psychologist. Dude, Jordan Peterson, I have never met a more classic example. Like, he used to say, like, you know, clean up your room before you try and fix the world. And meanwhile, he was streaming, this last year. Yes, last year. He was streaming from a room that was just literally a shithole because he was so in the depths of despair. And let's see.
You're not necessarily wrong to point to this. However, I do want to say that just as a person who likes to stick up for folks who are struggling in this kind of a way to some degree, that, like, yeah, you're right, and he's done so much wrong, and so I guess we should satirize and make fun of him. But I don't know. I really care about mental health issues, etc.
I do too. But as long as you're not a douchebag about it.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
He brought it on himself.
But also, in addition to that, I don't like to stigmatize people who are going through it. Even the worst of us,
No. But maybe he needs to take some of his own advice.
There's no doubt about
that. Maybe before trying to tell us all how to act and fix our lives, he needs to figure his own shit out.
Your point is a good point.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
Current affairs. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, fucking yeah. The fucking Jordan Peterson's popularity is the sign of a deeply impoverished political and intellectual landscape. Fact.
True.
Am I Ukrainian? No. Oh my God, Bagheera. Fucking Jesus Christ. Like 2005 wants their meme back. Fuck me.
It didn't even like register.
Identify as an Apache helicopter. Jesus Christ, bro.
Got him, I guess.
Yeah. Oh shit, that was such an intellectual takedown. I don't know how ever I will recover from it.
I think it was very original, personally.
I haven't kept up with Stanhope's random spats with podcasts. I love hate his next stream. Okay, hang on, Corey. Fucking Corey, you want to try that entire sentence again, and I'll go back and read it. Let's see. Oh yeah, the Olympics. Yeah, the Olympics have been doing it for ages. Non-binary, like that's always Kat's point about like trans people in sports. Like it's been a non-issue in the Olympics for ages. I mean, decades and decades and decades now. Like,
yeah,
I don't.
I just don't care about that meme so much. It seems to me that a lot of folks, stick around this idea of like, let's talk about this issue because it's contentious in the trans discourse or whatever. It's like, no, you just want to talk about like transness in a weird way a lot, Like that's my thing about it sometimes is that like, it seems to me that like people bring up this kind of crap. Not non-binary, by the way. They seem dope. They seem dope. But I mean to say that like, it seems to me that a lot of like, fasci types, for lack of a better term, really like to center, discourse around trans issues around those things that they can make fun of us for or put us down for,
Yeah. Yeah, and apparently, because I've never read this shit, Nefarious is saying that, let's be clear, Jordan Peterson's so-called self-help book is filled to the brim with... we're not allowed to say that word anymore. I'm saying involuntarily virgin, because we're not allowed to call people virgins either. But involuntarily virgin combined into Invin. Invin is a Korean gaming company, Amorous told me. So we have like plausible deniability cover. So
perfect.
Yes, I'm running with Invin. It's filled to the brim with.
Is this being recorded?
With Invin Christo-fascist horse cocky. It's 99% non-cited, non-academic bullshit. And if you compare his book to neoconservative fascism, it's 1-to-1. All the ideology is in there, masked in pseudo-intellectual crap.
True.
And to whoever I ran by it, somebody said like, oh, I identify as where was it? Morpheus. Sigh. I identify as an unoriginal joke. Murdercom, Marines don't lead the way, Rangers do. That's the fucking Murdercom said, I identify as an AH-1Z Viper, hoorah, and said Marines lead the way, and I said, no, Rangers do. But, for those of you that run in those circles and know what I'm talking about and may be familiar with some of this military infighting bullshit, I am privy to some of it. Let's see.
Why do trans people need to take hormones and testosterone if it is not physical? Can you be as masculine and strong as a man, as a female, without trying to change your anatomy? My goodness, there's some sexism there. It's this idea that like being masculine and strong is so important to being a man, in this very like physical way. It's very what's the word? Essentialization of gender there,
Yeah.
Do you see my point there?
Oh yeah, and I mean, all right. So the eternal battle between essentialism and universalism, right? But in these instances, yeah, this is what Templar and his ilk are attempting to do is very essentialist, and this is the inappropriate usage of essentialism.
Yeah,
it has its place as a philosophy. This isn't it. But
from my perspective, you may know or not know, but from my perspective, it seems to me that every single word that we say is a metaphysical essentialization of some psycholinguistic, conceptualization or representation, All
right, so I was literally about to say that, in fact, Templar has no philosophical underpinnings nor deeper understanding of what they are attempting to do. So
wait, do you think?
Yeah, exactly. So what Elle just said, I know went over your head, Templar, but it was correct for those of us that understand that verbiage. Let's see. Most of my life partner spouses. Hey, there's Cappy. Fucking yeah, Cappy. Most of my life partner spouses have been trans because they get the gender dysphoria issues I deal with. I was diagnosed with gender dysphoria age 6, almost right after it was added to the DSM. I've heard mixed things from people on that one, from the trans community, as to whether they want a trans partner or not. It seems to just be widely varied from person to person.
It's just preference. It's just sexuality at that stage, I think.
Let's see. Nefarious. Oh, so you don't know the difference between transsexual and transgender? No, Templar doesn't know the difference between anything, nor are they interested in learning. Zachap. Oof. Sorry to hear that, Lucy. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm sure that's Jesus Christ. All right, I'm done. I'm done. All my points go to Cappy, to be honest, as a chap. That's Mr. saying that fucking when Templar was born, the doctor was like, it's bacon, it's gammon. Oh, fucking deep, like UK cut on that one.
Mm-hmm. I don't like this word, superstelliano, but that's just my ideology. I know that in Thailand it's much more acceptable, but within my episteme, I don't find it to be very comfortable necessarily.
It is the accepted term. And I mean, yeah, nobody, like, as long as you specify Thai, it seems to be the term that functionally is the most useful one. I mean, if you could get the Thai to change the word, then, I'm sure you could probably get everybody else on board. But as far as the present is concerned, that is the accepted terminology within their own culture.
Well, I have a sense that they don't necessarily, like, maybe they don't necessarily have as robust. What?
Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
They were lauding Alex Jones in chat, so it got redeemed.
Love it. I haven't heard that. That's funny.
Oh, you haven't? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's for real, Alex Jones.
Is it really?
No.
For real?
But yes,
Wow.
yes, it's 100% Alex Jones. Alex Jones is advocating for anarchism these days.
For him. You know, I like that for him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's turning a page. You know, he's apologizing to all the parents whose lives he ruined because he's a fucking douchebag, and you know he's advocating for anarchism now. You know, he's trying to redeem himself. Yeah, turning over a new leaf.
That's growth, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you know, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, we believe in rehabilitation.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yep. Oh, Jesus. That is the best money I've spent for the channel yet. Legitimately.
It's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh god, they're still fucking doing this shit. What was the like? I didn't even read it. I just saw. Even if Alex Jones was fucking. Oh, so they shifted gears because they were getting their fucking ass handed to them. Yeah, they were getting their ass handed to them too readily and too easily, and so they shifted gears into, even if Alex Jones was wrong, it's a bit wrong for Google to censor everything. There was a time when the internet was a free market. Yeah, good luck with that. Free markets don't really exist. They're called black markets, actually. If you read like high-level econ books, the terms are used interchangeably by certain theorists within economics.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, literally free market and black market are used interchangeably in some texts because that's the closest you're going to get to a free market system is the black market. And so, yeah, there have been those that use it interchangeably. We need some control because of Google. That's why we need government control to fix its problem. Not big government, just enough to fix the edges of capitalism. You think Google is the edge of capitalism? Google is the direct result of capitalism. This is what capitalism produces.
The vanguard.
Yeah. Like this is literally the core of capitalism. This is what it looks like. If you think that this is by any means an outlier, then you haven't been paying attention to, I don't know.
Anything?
Then, so, you know, yeah, maybe take an econ class. Maybe take a 200 class because 101's not going to get you there. You need a 200 level class. And then maybe you might learn something about economics and capitalism. And if you're really paying attention, maybe, just maybe, like Irish Swede, Irish went in a fucking like just standard neo-lib capitalist, like just generic American, does a full dual program finance and econ, and comes out the other side an anarcho-syndicalist. He said, there's no way you don't, if you're paying attention, there's no way you don't come out the other side going, oh, that's broken. Like, that's just, you have to. If you do a high enough level education in these things, you pay it and you're paying attention, you're like, yeah, this shit's broken. Like, it's not working for the people. And so if you want something that actually works for the people, that's not the answer. Capitalism produces Googles. Capitalism creates Ma Bell. Capitalism literally results in big tech and big pharma. And this is what it does. It behooves these companies, it behooves these organizations to coordinate and accumulate and then take over. Right? Like that's just basic logic as a corporation, right? Like, all they care about, if you were to run a corporation through a psych exam, what you have is antisocial personality disorder with both psychopathic and sociopathic traits, and an obsessive narcissism, and an obsession, a pathological narcissism, and an obsession with profit.
Are we talking about capitalism or a particular person?
Just corporations.
Oh yeah, no, I'm totally in
just
agreement
wanna-
in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I just want to quickly point out that the daily 30K channel points usage thing has not been used yet, but please do remember to pick that wisely, not willy-nilly.
I think you should use it unwisely. I disagree with this point. Unwisely only, personally.
Yep, there's
But
only
fair enough.
one fucking round in that mag. It's the problem is capitalism is all edges. Chase that tail, says Fox. Google ads are. How about the foundations of capitalism? When are those getting fixed? Fuck the edges. Markets are good, no, as opposed to what, a command economy. That's up to somebody else to hammer out. Look, there is market anarchism, there's non-market anarchism, there's market socialism, there's non-market socialism. That's a conversation for another day, right? Like, that's the thing, is the closest you're going to get to a fix right now is syndicalism, right? That's the most you're going to make. If you think that you're going to get like a full socialist rollout, which, by the way, socialism is a state capitalism. See Lenin on this one. Do you want this nation state running capitalism? Not a great idea. So all I'm saying is the best thing you could probably advocate for right now is like anarcho-syndicalism. You need a hierarchically organized group of unions, right? Like, this is where you're going to make the most headway. Undermine a lot of these corporations, a lot of these lobbying efforts, coordinate your working, the labor of the market, and reorganize the labor market from the ground up. This is a valuable place to put your energy, right? There's other stuff we can be doing, don't get me wrong, but if you're going to focus on one thing, this should be your focus. So we're not going to be eliminating markets anytime soon. We're not going to be eliminating the fucking bourgeoisie anytime soon. So, dial some of that rhetoric back, fellow leftists. But again, as an anarchist, I have to say, use anarchism as your lens of analysis, not Stalin.
Yeah.
Fucking, let's see. We should at least admit that Adam Smith. Dude, Adam Smith is fucking based, Fox. Dude, Adam Smith was against the rentier class. If you don't know what the rentier class is, it's basically all of your landlords, all of your intellectual property rights holders. It's everybody who derives any income from a sort of rent-based system, right? They're all gone. Adam Smith was against borders. That shit's gone. Adam Smith was based as fuck. Yeah. Oh, that's for fuck.
He was also blue-pilled. But yeah.
Only snakes study finance and econ. Why would you ever want to study that in school? Same reason you'd study political science is because this shit rules our world. And if you're going to engage and interact with it, having a functional understanding of those systems, kind of useful.
It can be, for sure.
It's like, fucking, it's the same, it's the people that I don't get involved in politics. I'm not concerned with politics. Really? Because I'm pretty sure your boss is concerned with politics. Pretty sure your landlord is concerned with politics. Pretty sure your mayor is concerned with politics. Everybody who rules your world is concerned with politics. So maybe get your ass out, maybe get your head out of your ass and start being concerned with shit that matters. Yes. And Templar, I'm going to need you to define, who do you mean by snakes? Those that are engaged in finance and economics, you described as snakes. Who do you mean exactly? Any particular group? Just curious. Good call.
Me too. I'm curious on this point as well. I'd like to know. Inquiring minds would like to know.
Irish? Where is Irish when you need them?
He's hopefully sleeping.
Vader Dragon. That's a dope idea.
I am
study political science. I like this idea.
fucking Templar. I am pro-Jewish. It's fucking yeah. You fucking knew what you said, huh? You're pro-Jewish.
Oh, are you really? That's so cool. I believe you in everything. Wow.
Yeah, snakes.
Yeah. Somehow they backed up real quickly with that one, right?
Well, they just like told on themselves. In fact.
Yeah.
You know.
Socialism results in Venezuela and Lebanon. No, socialism results in China. You want to know what socialism looks like? It looks like China. Giving the power of control of the economy over to the state results in a vanguard class and ends up in a stratified set of classes all over again. I don't know how Marx didn't take that on board when Bakunin told him. Like, you do realize what you're doing, right? Like, handing one group this power is just going to create a secondary set of authoritarians. You're like bad authoritarians. Here, good authoritarians.
Wait. Sorry, Kai, but how do you know we were talking anti-Semitic tropes? No one on this channel was talking anything anti-Semitic, although you did.
Because they're probably so used to they've probably said it so many times they know the dialogue tree.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Could be. Might be.
Don't you dare call socialism state capitalism. You do know better. Socialism is simply the people, as per the pre-Marxian socialist ideas. Yeah.
How do you know about the 3 parentheses meme, Templar? I wonder. How do you know about that meme?
Yeah, Adam Smith is not the free market Uber Alice figure that right libertarians make him out to be. No, he isn't. Most right libertarians have not read Adam Smith, and that's how you know. They're like, well, it's like Wealth of Nations, or they just mention Smith, and you're like, oh, you mean the guy that would do away with all of your intellectual property rights, do away with landlords, and do away with a large amount of property rights as we've enshrined them in our society, also giving away nation state borders? Yeah, that guy? Sure. I'm sure he'd be on your side. Let's see.
I do tend to agree with Nefarious on this. I don't necessarily consider China to be actually socialist necessarily, because I like to use the word socialism in the way that I like to as a libertarian socialist, But I get your point, Kai. That's why I didn't disagree with it until Nefarious said something about it. But yeah.
Well, I mean, that's fucking. China's also state capitalism is not socialism. Look. All I'm doing is quoting Lenin, right? Like, if you've got a problem, look, I'm an anarchist. All I'm saying is I have it on good authority, and that authority is fucking is the L in ML, right? Like, I'm just saying there's people.
I don't think he's a good authority, though. I think he's a bit fashy,
Well, I mean, wasn't fucking. I'll go full anarchist. Yeah, isn't that redundant? Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, fascist.
I think it's not just redundant, it's definitional, but that's just my point of reference.
I mean, it just depends. If you use the far right definition of fascism, sure, whatever. But I mean, it's all fucking authoritarian.
That's my thing. From my perspective, what fascism comes down to is lying with your own words that come out of your mouth. That's it.
If we're really going to get down to this kind of a discussion or so-called semi-debate, I am going to toss into the program that Marx and Lenin and all of these fucking idiots all were plagiarizing indigenous cultures. Sorry.
Well, there's
no, I'm not sorry. I mean, you're probably right.
There's an element of Das Kapital. Actually, no, there's an element of the Communist Manifesto. Das Kapital doesn't actually borrow. Well, Das Kapital borrows a significant portion of philosophy from the Communist Manifesto, or shares, I shouldn't say borrows. But a good portion of what Sue is referring to via Rabbit is that Engels and Marx both borrowed from indigenous community structures as to like societal organizational methodologies that they were advocating for. They also took a shit ton from Hegel. They took a shit ton from Plato. They took a shit ton from somebody else as well.
Did they use the Taoists at all?
No.
By any chance, or
No. As far as I know, Marx wasn't familiar with the Taoist philosophy, but who knows? Maybe he was.
No, I just wasn't sure.
But
I just was wondering.
not that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Judaism has 6 genders, according to according to Beover, sorry. The Gadsden flag, yes. Let's see.
Can you really be only a bit fascist? How does that work? Well, that's a good question. Do you know? I'm not sure. What do you think, Kai?
I'm just reading Templar. Fucking, I just caught up to that. Fucking, I'm pro-Israel. Of course you are. You're fucking probably an evangelical. They all are pro-Israel because they all fucking want the end times to come, and it's necessary for the Jews to be in possession of that particular location for your stupid little myth to come true.
Could very well be. I wouldn't be surprised if that were actually the case, potentially. But who knows? You know. But yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so this is off topic. I beg you, actually beg you. We have to raise $100 to trick Nigel Farage into saying something super critical of capitalism to admitting being fascist. Nigel Farage is on Cameo.
Oh my God! Perfect. Let's go.
Okay, first.
I had no idea.
Okay, so. 1, we need to come up with something that he will read that we know will get by him.
Exactly. We need to engage with some high-level ideas.
Yeah, once we have the script, then we'll talk raising money.
Yeah. All right. Kai, I'd be down to work on that. That would be fun.
By all means. Yeah. I'm all for it.
Staliano, when it comes to indigenous cultures, theoretical, theology and spiritual are both one and the same. And we actually have a word for the English language, which is called speaks with forked tongue.
Oh, I don't like that. Because I love the English language. I'm a lover of the English language. No offense to you. I understand, I think, to some degree, where you're coming from with that. It's just that I have a different relationship to the English language than that myself as a poet, of the English language.
I'm not going to that fucking site.
Staliano, I'm not too sure what you're laughing about, but indigenous cultures had both theoretical and spiritual all in one and same. There was no differentiating between them, and we grew and we evolved and we were open to a lot of different things, and we're far more advanced than most cultures of the time. Actually, pretty much all cultures of the time. But nonetheless, indigenous people throughout the world, whether it's in Turtle Island, the Pacific Islands, Africa, Jamaica, New Zealand, Australia, and even into what do they call them? Asian countries were quite far advanced in things that the rest of the world just didn't understand. Sorry.
Are you interested at some point, Lasu, in going into more detail about this idea of the forked tongue English language meme? I would be interested to hear your take on that at some point. Maybe on your stream. Yeah.
It's very simple. It's very simple. The English language has too many words for one thing.
I disagree.
No, it does. It has way too many words for one thing. It does not speak straight.
I would contend that you're incorrect about this assumption.
Not really.
I just use
because it allows people to speak without actually speaking the straight up truth and being honest in what they're saying.
Well, it may be that you're right about that, but I just don't think so, because
There's-
it seems to me that you can use words like I'm using them like this, you know, and you don't have to tell like the not truth. You can tell the truth with them, you
Well,
know.
but lying, there's no way that you can't lie in any language.
That's true, but I think he's right that English. That's why I wanted to talk to him
Well, it
about 'cause
facilitates it,
I think he's right
but-
that English has a certain kind of facility when it comes to lying because of the fact that we have so many words. I think he's right about this point.
Well, but
It's just that I don't think he's right to say that that's the only, you know,
well, I think
part
it's
about
I
that,
think that's one of
you
the
know.
beauties of the language, quite frankly.
That's my thing, is that it's also a
Um,
beautiful part of the language, but he's right that it is a very good tool for liars.
By non-binary, non-binary saying they have to go soon. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. Take care of yourself.
Nice to see you.
Natural selection. Oh my God. If that's some like social Darwinism shit right there. That's some social Darwinism. Holy shit, Templar.
Quite literally.
Like
Yeah.
straight up rolling out the social Darwinism.
Yep.
You just like mask off, motherfucker. Like, why don't you just say what you mean? Right? Like, just say it.
Yeah.
Say it. You want a white ethno state, don't you? Come on. Just say it. Just own it.
Nom nom nom.
I would respect you more if you owned the position, quite frankly.
He may not even know he holds it. You know, a
That
lot
is
of
true.
them don't. A lot of them are just completely unaware of what is at the top of their meme. You know, until you show it to them in their face.
Okay, non-binary. I just, yeah, it's absolutely... Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't want a white ethno state. Would not mind a Judeo-Christian state.
That is the most fashy thing I've ever heard. You know.
You
I don't
want a
this one metaphysical
theocracy.
Essentialization that means the same thing as this other metaphysical essentialization.
Bye, Corey.
I just, you know.
Catch you later, Corey. So, okay, so you just want a theocracy, the least American fucking thing ever. Right?
Well, a white theocracy, let's be
See
clear.
ya, Corey.
right? It's a white theocracy. that he
Mr.
wants, I guarantee
I'm
it.
dreaming of an Islamic Christmas. Yeah, you want a theocracy. Beautiful. That's at least you're coming forward with some of it. So what are some of the the biblical laws that you would put in place? Are we bringing back like some like deep cut Old Testament shit? How far are we going to go with this stuff? Because I'm
The deep lore.
by the way, Templar, you just stepped in it, by the way. I'm an ordained minister.
I didn't know that.
Yes,
really.
I am.
Oh, yeah.
For
That's
like
dope.
17 years now or something like that.
Holy crap. Wait, is it the Universal Life Church?
No, I have one of the other ones. I can't even tell you who fucking ordained me back in the day.
Nice, dude. That's awesome.
Abortion would be banned. Like what? Well, okay, so I'm just gonna read you some stuff, Templar. I'm just gonna pull some stuff out of the Bible, and we'll see if you're in agreement with some of these theocratic implementations or laws that you're an advocate for. This should be fun. This should be fun. Acts 2:44 to 15. All who believed were together and had all things in common. They would sell their possessions and goods and distribute the proceeds to all as any had need. So communism's on board, right? We're doing Christian communes, right? Like, because clearly you shouldn't own actual individual possessions. Because, I mean, again, 4:34 to 35 would tell you that there's not a needy person among them, right? So no homeless, no hungry, nobody without health care. There is not a needy person among them. For as many as owned lands or houses, sold them and bought and brought the proceeds of what was sold. They laid it at the apostles' feet, and it was distributed to each as any had any need. Oh yeah, I know Nefarious. They're fucking baller. Fucking.
I'm not familiar with them, really.
Oh yeah. They're some of the best.
Nice.
Let's see what else. Let's just do some stuff. Let's see. You shall not wrong or oppress a resident alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. You shall not oppress a hired worker who is poor and needy. So Walmart, Amazon, all these fuckers got to be reorganized or like wholesale dismantled, right? Because they're oppressing a hired worker who is both poor and needy.
Well, I mean, that's only if you care about the Bible enough to follow it as if it's your religion, you know? That's all.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, no weekly pay rates. You have to be paid before the sun sets. You will pay their wages on that day before the sun sets, for they are poor and need the money, lest they cry out against you to the Lord, and you are guilty of sin. Oh, those are guidelines, not laws. Interesting how that works.
Okay.
Interesting how that works.
Yeah.
Well, here's a fun fact. The terminology that you use in Leviticus to condemn homosexuality sexuality is a mistranslation from the Greek Bible. The original word was arsenokotai, and it refers to pederasty, not homosexuality. And you can cross-check and verify using the Germanic Bibles, which predate the English language Bibles, and they translate out to pederasty as well. So interestingly enough, the Leviticus passage that you use to condemn homosexuality actually doesn't mention homosexuality. Just, an FYI for somebody who's actually studied theology more than your dumb ass has.
By the way, Kai, I didn't know that for sure at all, I didn't know about that pederasty distinction.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Yes, the word in OG Greek is arsenokotai.
Got you. Did they have a word for homosexuality as well in Greek or no?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, but
Well, that's so interesting.
yeah, arsenokotai.
Awesome.
And like I said, you can cross-verify this, and theologians have, using the Germanic Bibles, which predate the English language ones, and you can translate them forward, and they also, too, translate out to pederasty.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it was a
you.
mistranslation. Corey, Corey, if you want, are you on the Discord? I think you are. By all means.
Yeah, Corey, come on in. The water is fine.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a little warm, but it's okay.
Oh, Viva, pederasty is sleeping with kids. It's pedo. Yeah, it's kid fucking. Even back then, the Bible knew. Like the people writing the Bible, like, would you stop fucking kids? Like even in those days, they're like, yeah, we got a problem.
Templar, are you for reals though?
Templar.
Like, do you not understand the distinction between homosexuality and pedophilia?
No, they don't.
Do you not understand this?
Templar,
No,
here's
they don't.
here's
Oh,
what
I know.
Templar, here's all you need to know is that you apparently have been banned from 5 other channels today. And you finally came across a channel that is willing to engage with your bullshit. And for the entire world to see, you got your punk
Not
ass.
only willing, but happy.
Yeah,
happy for
perfectly
it.
happy.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah.
you got your punk ass handed to you in every arena that you decided to voice your shitty opinion. Right? Whether it's gender, sexuality, biology, legal structure, economic structure, even theology. Every single time you voiced a shitty opinion, you got your fucking ass handed to you. So here's a lesson for the day for you. Maybe have some humility. Sit down, shut up, and learn. Because you are one ignorant motherfucker.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll agree with this teaching of yours, Kai. That was a good teaching that you handed down to this fella.
Bro, I hope you're like 15 or 18 or 17 or something like that. Like, I legitimately hope that there's like enough time for you in your life that you can like wake up and be like, oh man, I was just a shitty teenager and, I was just fucking, I hope that that's in your future. If not, if you're like 45, man, you got problems.
Well, I maybe so, Kai, but I believe everyone can learn, even if they're 45, It's just that...
It just becomes increasingly less likely, which is the problem.
I agree.
Yeah.
For sure.
What's the bitter water?
24 would not be late too late. Not at all.
No. What's the bitter water story? That is, if I recall, isn't that the abortion passage? Let me check. Let me just double check my Bible really quickly. Priestly code. Yeah. This is gonna be the abortion thing. I'm betting. Belly swells, thighs ruptures, she dies.
Oh, sorry, my music stand just fell. My bad.
Euphemism for reproductive organs. Yeah. This is the instructions for how to conduct an abortion for a priest. Yeah, it's the only time abortion is mentioned in the Bible, by the way.
I don't know if Templar is ready to speak. Fritus. Or Farquaad, rather. I apologize. My bad.
Yeah, it's... I think it's meat tray and a voice changer. Fox. Yeah, the bitter water story is literally the only time that the Bible actually alludes to or mentions abortion, and it's instructions for the priest how to conduct one. Yeah. Just had to check, but it's Numbers 5:11 through 13.
Gotcha.
So that was fun, I suppose.
It was. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. Yeah. I'm a troll now, by the way.
Are you?
Yeah, have you not noticed?
All right. Well, that was. After you spend like an hour and a half interacting with fucking that sort of thing, you eventually hit
rock bottom.
You hit a point. Did we learn anything today? Yeah, I learned that there's somebody who is standing for the Templars. I learned that there are people who are so incorrigibly ignorant that they still are voicing opinions that society and academia has dismantled and set into disuse for like a half a century, and yet unironically are still running around saying these talking points. There are people that literally want a theocracy and don't understand the texts that they want that theocracy set upon, which is always hilarious. One of my favorite things is talking to Christians. It's always one of my favorite fucking things is talking to Christians, is because I'm going to go out on a limb and say 9 out of 10 of them have a dysfunctional understanding of the Bible. Right? Maybe 1 out of 10 of them have an actual functional working knowledge of the biblical texts. But it's interesting. There's literally someone running around saying I'd like a Judeo-Christian theocracy in modern day America who doesn't understand the Bible. That to me was an interesting lesson. I think that it might bite them in the ass. Especially,
I think it's already been. Check out what they just recently put in.
Oh God. Sure. Go with that. Go with that. Right? I'm sure you don't wear any mixed fibers, right? Never worked on a Sunday. Nothing that would cause us to execute you. Right? Just out of curiosity, Sue. You have a daughter, correct?
Yes, I do. I have 3.
3. Just out of curiosity, Templar, what's the going rate for Sue's daughters? because he's allowed to sell them per biblical text. So I'm just curious, what's the going rate for daughters these days? Seeing as we're going to run with a Judeo-Christian theocracy.
Hey, boo, be over smart.
Biden isn't my president. Well, if you don't live in the U.S., you are correct. He is not your president. If you live in the U.S., he is your president, just by the definitions of things. Whether you like him or not, whether you respect him or not, whether you feel that he is valid or not is one thing or another. We can have that conversation. But if you're a U.S. citizen, Biden's your president. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But, again, I'm an anarchist, not a fan. But again, I'm not deluded enough to say something like, Biden's not my president.
They're from Portugal.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, he's not your president. See? That's how that works. Didn't the Templar start off as a banking and bodyguard organization? Yeah, they were mercs who set up a bank.
I still have yet to hear how much I'm willing to sell my daughters for.
Yeah. We want to know, what's the going rate for the modern slave trade under your theocracy? Just curious. Since a Judeo-Christian theocratic nation is something you're actively advocating for and that you would like to see, or are we going to go through the Bible with a highlighter and highlight the acceptable parts? These are going to become the foundations of our society. Now, if that is the case, I'm just going to run a follow-up here. Who gets to do the highlighting?
Clearly not Templar Glory.
Should we turn that over to, I don't know, Roman Catholics? Are we going to turn it over to Episcopalians, Protestants? Are we going to call up the Pentecostals? How about the Mormons? Who gets to run that highlighter then? Or are we going to accept the entire thing as the literal word of God? And if that is the case, then boy, are you fucked. Because let's see, because you've been pretty vocal, and I just have something that for that. Those who consider themselves religious and yet do not keep a tight rein on their tongues deceive themselves, and their religion is worthless. James chapter 1 verse 26.
I can learn something from that. That's a beautiful lesson, I think.
Oh, mister. That was a fucking solid deep cut. I wish Boris Johnson wasn't my prime minister, but sadly he is. But there, exactly. Anarchists and Confederates agree. The government ain't legal. Well, our chivalric codes were taught from Saladin and the Muslim tradition to the Crusaders. Oh, God, that reminds me of that fucking Texas chivalry lesson. Oh, God. Yep, Deb Haaland was appointed Secretary of the Interior. Whether they let her actually do anything or not, we will see. He has literally zero idea about history. Holy shit, says Viva. Yeah, of course he does. He's come on. Somebody who's advocating for a Judeo-Christian theocratic state in modern day North America. Are you kidding me? They're ignorant of history? Shocked.
I'm shocked. Yeah.
Oh, he's making an argument that linen and wool were actually metaphors for groups of people in select regions. That in fact, what that passage is about isn't the mixing of fibers. What it's about is the mixing of people. So what we need is a homogenous society. So no race mixing. Templar literally stepped into that argument.
That's because he believes in it.
See, I don't want a white ethno state. He just wants the Judeo-Christian state, right? Oh, also, if we could be doing not mixing races too while we're at that, that'd be great. Dude,
Yeah.
How do you not see what you are? There's a room full of people online. Like, literally, you're in like a lecture hall right now. And there's a room full of people looking at you, and they know you're wearing a scarf. And you're sitting there going, I'm not wearing a scarf. It's like, dude, we've got an entire room full of people that know what you are.
You just were pointing it out very clearly, Templar, but that's okay. We
It
get
is
that you're
okay.
trying to hide it.
Well, the thing
We
is, he's
get
trying to
that you're
troll
hiding
us, and he may
Yeah.
or may not be conscious of the fact. But in any case, he's lying to our faces, and he may or may not know it, but he is. You know.
And Fertus with the fucking deep European history, right? Okay, so the first crusade didn't happen because of some. I'm gonna ad-lib a little bit on this just to add some flavor for Fertus. I'm sure you don't mind. Okay, so the first crusade didn't happen because of some supposed genocide. It was born of a border dispute between Byzantium and the Seljuk Turks. Byzantium appealed to Western Christianity to come help them to push back. The Crusades were a conquest war. No more, no less.
I
Well,
love
Kai,
how they,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sue. My bad.
I was just going to say, I love how they're trying to paint all this up as some form of genocide for Christians.
Well,
So therefore, their victimhood status goes up a notch.
Christian victimhood is a very real thing in this country. They
I don't think so.
Oh
I
no,
don't believe in it.
no! It's not like an actual thing, but the Christian
it's
victim,
not.
the Christian victim complex.
No, it's not.
It's a huge
It's not
thing.
an actual thing.
But no, the Christian victim complex is.
No, not at all. I don't see it. I
Oh.
can't see it at all. I've never seen it. Not once.
Oh, there. Okay,
Not ever.
deep sarcasm.
Uh-huh.
Got it.
Yep.
Took me a second. You have a dry read to you.
I am not a troll. I am not a troll.
Let's see. Divinity scholar in my Western Civ class schooled the shit out of an evangelical who was mad about learning the history, says Fox. It was an affront to their faith to blaspheme the word. Boy, it was fun to watch that priest explain why knowing your own history is important. There's Fertus. What's up, you French bastard?
Hello,
Yo,
sir.
Lord Farquhar.
How are you doing?
I
Well,
am
thank
good.
you. How are you?
Let's see.
Something like that.
I'm still waiting
Corey.
for this fucking Templar guy to get in here and like actually try.
No,
and
they're always
help.
cowards. They're always
they're
cowards.
right.
Hi.
word.
Do you mind if I tag team now? So Fertus takes my place and I leave the stream.
By all means, it's up to you.
Wonderful. All right. Well, have a great.
Everyone
time,
say bye
and
to
thank
L.
you so much. Yeah, this is lovely.
Yeah,
Have a great one. Bye.
Sleep
Bye.
well.
Let's see. Oh, Corey, sorry, fucking. Let's
Alright,
see.
so-
Corey's DMing you.
Okay. Go ahead, Fertus.
Yeah. So, as far as I understand it, and my knowledge of history is a little lackluster, but remember one thing: the Crusades were like standard territory war. The religion element only came in to get allies. That's what it was. Byzantium was under siege by the Seljuk Turks, and they tried to defend themselves, so to speak. Know that at the time, the Muslim world was pretty advanced. Like they inherited all the philosophy from the Greek world, and basically they were going through an age of enlightenment. And if today the Muslim one seems like very theocratic, it's a direct result of the West. So when the West needed oil, so specifically the UK and then the US, when they converted from coal to oil, they installed governments in the Levant, in the Mesopotamian Peninsula, to help them acquire resources. And they helped people like the Saudis and the Shah of Iran to allow themselves to acquire those resources. So we installed those theocracies. We made sure that they were backward.
Oh yeah, Mister, I got you. I'll hook you up on that one. Also, because Templars like talking about the Battle of Yarmouk and Damascus and stuff like that. The early Islamic expansionism. So if that was so bad, fucking Templar, Discord link in your whispers, Mister. If that was so bad, I'm sure you're a vocal advocate, or you're a vocal dissenter of a Western expansionism, right? Like, because that was the reason, right? It was so terrible that the early Islamic empires were expanding into Christian territory that I'm sure you feel the same way about Christian expansionism, right? That I'm sure you feel the same way about Dutch imperialism and British imperialism as well, that were backed by Christian churches. Or is it okay when they do it?
No, they were very explicit that when you conquer by the sword, it's natural selection. So the conquest of the U.S. territory was righteous because that's natural.
Get a look at this fucking take. Christians expanded for business. They never expanded religion by the sword. I'm sorry. Fucking, do you want to have a Rabbit? Boy, did I hit it a terrible time. Holy fuck, are you dumb?
Get in here, bro.
Holy fuck. You don't think Christians expanded by the sword?
What is the Congo?
Fuck me.
Manifest weapons wrong. Nice.
Fucking nobody expects the nobody suspects the Spanish Inquisition, exactly, Raphael. Yeah, Rabbit, Uganda. Dude, there's so many fucking examples that we could. Dude, literally, you're just sort of like frozen. You're paralyzed. You're like, I have a list a mile long. Like, where do I start? Do I start with indigenous societies? Do I start with Africa? Do I start with fucking... I mean, you're like, I don't even know where to start with you, bro. Like...
What was the conquistadors? What did Christopher Columbus did in fucking Havana? Like, what do you think they did?
Oh, Christians sent priests, not swords.
And Rabbit pointed out priests with swords. I mean, what do you think the conquistadors were, as Fertus just pointed out? They were backed by the church. The crown was anointed and oftentimes appointed by the church. Right? Like, this is, do you like... I've never, honestly, I'm glad you have become the focus of this stream. Truly, this has been entertaining beyond belief. You have dropped so many bad takes and so much ignorance that I'm just like, this is experience for me, right? Like I'm just, I'm grinding XP at this point.
Oh, Aztecs were doing human sacrifices.
Hey,
really?
Hey, everybody. Hey, I just curious, Templar. What's the average weight of goalposts? Seeing as you seem to be moving them so often, you must know. I just want to know what the average weight of a goalpost is these days. And you might want to wear an ankle brace, seeing as you are pivoting a lot. Just keep an eye on your ankles. Fucking A, bro.
Rabbit, can you please come in here?
Rabbit may not.
If you're able to.
Yeah.
If you're able.
Let's have a convo about the origin of the word refugee, literally invented by the French to describe Calvinists running from Catholics who were setting them on fire. But again, that's not Christians. Those are Catholics.
No, we must address Catholic on Catholic violence.
Catholicism.
Well,
Christian on Christian violence. Sorry.
Are you familiar with the with that phenomenon in our country, Fertus? Well, the Deep South does not consider Catholics Christians.
Yes.
Yeah, they aren't in huge parts of our country. They are not considered Christians, which is hilarious. Yeah.
Although they
Cursed degenerate papists. No, that's Irish.
although technically they are all underneath the Christian umbrella.
Yep.
But for some odd reason, some parts of the United States don't classify them as Christians.
I mean, I'm not pivoting at all. I was talking about the Crusades when you started the whataboutisms. No, we corrected your knowledge on the Crusades and then pointed out that you're being a hypocrite about the Crusades, seeing as the fact of the matter is that when we corrected your inaccuracies about the origins of the Crusades, you immediately went to early Islamic expansionism, and then I pointed out that the fact that the Christian empires perpetrated much expansionism as well, and were you willing to condemn them under the same umbrella that you condemned the early Islamic empirical expansionism? And at that point, you had to pivot again. See, it's funny having a memory that functions. You condemn it. Okay, cool. All right, you condemn all imperial expansionism. There you go. I condemn it. There you go. All right, rock on. All right, so why the obsession with the Islamic expansionism and not just talk about how organized religion is fundamentally authoritarian, coercive, and, well, frankly, murderous and kind of rapey? Seeing as that seems to be just the thing. What's the obsession with the Islamic version rather than not a blanket condemnation? Oh, and if you do recognize these failings and hypocrisies within your own faith, how do you rectify that with advocating for a theocratic state in a modern America? Seeing as it seems highly problematic. Just saying. Except they weren't. I bless your heart.
No, they weren't.
Bless you.
Defensive movement.
Bless your heart. Some of it, some of it was, some of it wasn't. But once you start charging into like originally held territories, you pretty much lose your defensive argument. When you're in your own town and you're fighting them off, cool, you can have the defensive argument. When you raise an army and charge deep within the homeland, not so much defensive.
Yeah, but Templar, you advocated for natural selection. If, like, it is the natural, if it is your point that through war it is okay to conquer and acquire territory, therefore, you can blame the Muslims for trying to expand.
Oh, fucking Amorous. You know Christianity was started by reptilian aliens fighting with Xenu, right? Since we're all making shit up anyway.
So let's see. So the Celtics, who the Templars decided didn't deserve the right to existence, the Scottish, the Irish, Norway. Oh yes, let us not forget Vikings. That was a thing.
Dude, bro, you're adorable. Here's my, and this is
Yeah.
I think we're probably just gonna evolve past Templar at this point. But here's what I will say on the matter, and then we may just migrate past this person. Is that I legitimately hope with all of my being that you are just a troll, right? Like, because if you hold these beliefs, if this is your knowledge level, if this is your rhetorical level, then it worries me. Legitimately, there are people that may rely upon you for being a responsible, thinking, logical adult. It worries me that you have the same one vote as anybody else. It worries me that you are allowed to good faith engage in everyday society. If these are the positions that you hold, it is troubling. So I am going to choose to believe that you are nothing more than an internet troll, and I will thank you for giving us plenty of opportunities for espousing actual knowledge, a little bit of wisdom, and real history along the way. I see that as a valuable thing. But fundamentally, I'm just going to move past you now because, frankly, this level of ignorance is mildly terrifying to deal with. You have talked about many, many topics, and you have known very little about any of them. And you have spoken with a certainty.
And can I just say, Templar, being somebody who had the unfortunate, but in this moment, I would say the fortunate factor of growing up with Icelandic and in an Icelandic family home, I have a plethora of knowledge when it comes to what happened with the Vikings and the Crusades, the Templar Crusades. I have a shit ton, way more than you, my friend. But hey, feel free.
It's like when people come in and try to tell me what an anarchist is.
Oh, look. They're promoting themselves now.
Oh, shit. You got a fucking YouTube page? Fuck yeah, we're going to this. Is this you? Oh, please tell me this is you. Oh, please tell me this is your dumbass in the video. Tell me this is you. Oh, for the love of God, tell me this is you. I am one of them.
Show it up.
Oh.
Show it.
Oh my God.
Show it.
Oh, he's one of them. There's a limited selection here. So fucking this is brilliant. We're gonna put it on air. I am not doxing here. He fucking put it on air himself.
Yep. That's not doxing.
All right, so
October 25th, Western Michigan University.
Here we go. Hang on. Bam. Pause. All right. So one of them. Yeah, looks like y'all get tons of pussy. Yeah, they love the sash. The sash is super fab. They may not be in for the pussy, actually, given the, the adornments.
Gotta love the Brit Bonger aesthetics. Like, they're not even proud of their own country.
Yeah, right? You're right, though. This is very British aesthetics. Like, hey, Momo! Thanks for the host. We are making fun of this fucking chud who's been with us. I mean, credit where credit's due. This motherfucker has fucking legs. Hour and a half, hour 45, something like that. Maybe even 2 hours. This motherfucker has had bad takes on every single thing and has, just spoken with authority on things that they are just inherently incorrect on. It is amazing. But right now we're looking at one of these people is this person according to them. And so, yeah, we're apparently being advocated towards to pray and act to end the sin of abortion, even though the Bible, the only time that it does mention abortion is an instruction to the priest how to conduct one. But abortion bad.
Pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
I thought it was amazing. I think that it's cool that we even have people on campus talking about it with students, because most people just have that opinion. They don't even have the facts behind it. So I really appreciate you guys. Keep up the good work.
Facts.
Oh wow! So I just found.
Notice she didn't say she wouldn't kill her child. I love that you guys highlighted that. That's like an anti-capitalist sentiment. Why would I pay to do it? I could do that for free. What the fuck? Why do you pay for that shit?
Written on the pavement here, stump the pro-life.
Apparently this is already a hot topic before we came.
I think it's great. Students out here showing what they believe. It's awesome.
What do you think of the
She didn't agree with you.
campaign so far? What do
I
you
think this is
Very
pretty cool.
Appropriating Scottish culture, I see.
Lord have mercy on my soul.
Oh, hang on. I just, here we go.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
For the entire
At no
night.
point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Bro. You are such a fucking loser. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Missy. It's the complete picture. It's not just the bagpipes. The bagpipes just pushed us all over the edge. We were maintaining up until the bagpipes, and then the bagpipes is just like, holy fuck balls. Seriously? Beathero Templar, leave my culture alone. Yeah, there's two reasons to laugh. Exactly, Rabbit. Fucking A.
Plus, like, appropriating the aesthetics of a culture that fought off the Protestants. Like, you understand that the Scots fought the English Protestants that you declared, like, if you say tradition, like, that's what you like. Which tradition exactly are you rooting for? Like, it's hodgepodge of old, like, you just like old stuff, and like go to an like pawn shop or antiquity. Just
I
you don't like tradition. You just like old stuff.
I don't. Yeah, Viva, it truly is. It's legitimately the first time ever on a stream that I've outright said that to somebody. It is. I'm not. But after an entire after an entire evening of hearing this person's opinions on things and how we should be put into a theocratic state and how certain things should be illegal and how women's rights should be undermined and how Christians are constantly under attack and all this victimhood shit and their misreadings of the Bible and misinterpretations of history and their complete shit understanding of basically everything from fucking econ and anthropology and history to theology and just human rights. Honestly, like, at what point you just call it and you're like, look, I hope you grow up. I hope you learn the things that you need to learn to become an enlightened human being to some degree or another. But right now, this moment in time, you are super fucking cringe.
You know what, Kai, I have to say, I would find it totally hilarious if all of a sudden one day some Scottish museum or university or college or a historical organization, a Scottish historical organization copyrights infringements on them for using Scottish.
I doubt it. It's
Good
public
luck.
domain.
Good luck.
But
whatever God you believe in, God bless. Pray to them for my soul. Whatever you want to do, Templar. But honestly, I'm done with you, bro.
But before we do that, Kai, I got to say this. Templar, please grow up, because you're holding back aliens coming and actually hanging out with us, okay? So, like, seriously, grow the fuck up so that we can have the aliens come and that we can actually start maybe moving towards a better future. Okay? Thank you.
Good luck. God bless. I won't be, so anyway, yeah, like another campus moron video and you expected it not to be mocked outright. Dude, I put up with your homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic, Islamophobic bullshit, for hours. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, I put up with your bullshit for hours before I finally devolved. My mental state finally broke down to the point where I had to just laugh and fucking call it as I saw it. So anyway, so Fertus, how was your day? What time is it for you right now?
It is 11.
AM, I would imagine, right?
Exactly.
So how has your day been?
Like on a Wednesday, I pretend that I'm going to prepare my my class for the afternoon, and I end up watching your stream because it's highly entertaining.
Well, thank you. Sue, what did you do with your day?
Supped a lot.
Rock on. Hey.
I've been feeling extra tired as of late, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old.
Oh yeah. I forgot the part where he said the Bible doesn't prohibit raping little girls either.
Yeah.
Whole bunch of shit takes. Either way, I'm done referencing whoever that person was. Don't worry, I will have forgotten their username by tomorrow. I don't have memory space reserved for chuds. They all just sort of form like an overall chud. So like those shitty views will go into my like chud bank. But I won't be remembering them in particular because why waste your time? So anyway, let's just all evolve past this person. I'm not gonna ban them. Like they see that they've been banned 5 times today, right? They're looking for that badge. They're looking to be able to say that the intolerant left and shit like that, right? So I'm not gonna ban them. Let's just talk about other things. Yeah, let's see. Scientologists pay a bigger tithe. Oh, you teach a class at 4, 5 more hours. What do you, are you still doing like digital, what is it, art? Or what are you teaching?
Yeah, VFX.
VFX, okay. Hey, News World.
And while we're here, to the community, again, if you want to make video games, don't hesitate to come to me and ask questions for software, methods, organization, anything. I'll try and point you in the right direction.
Thank you for the host, News World. Yep, so Kat, you don't even worry about it. Fucking you missed a fucking ignorant chud. That's what you missed. A lot of ignorant chud. Hey, Royal Beagle, thank you for the biddies. What do we do? What should we do? 3D. Do you teach 3D modeling?
I'm not teaching it, but I know how to do it. So yeah. Well, yes, I teach some 3D modeling pertaining to my area of expertise. You know what? I'm gonna show my ass.
Oh, you're gonna show your ass?
Yeah.
Well, get ready, everyone.
Here we go.
It might have warts. Get ready, everyone.
Hey!
Oh. Hey, Momo!
Thank you for the gift sub, Momo, and congratulations for Juice.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
That was a good one, Momo. Oh, nice.
Hey, be over. Thank you for the Prime sub. And it looks like we kicked off a fucking hype train of some sort. So, I mean, capitalism. We're doing a capitalism.
Scam train. Yay! If you've enjoyed this content so far and have been truly blessed by the mere presence of such intelligence and logic, please feel free to donate to this beautiful specimen of a human being to help, whether it's, subs, gifties, biddies. Look at this beautiful specimen of a human being. Like, how could you not want to give this man,
Thank you for
this
follow.
human being, a to level 5 hype trains. Like, how could you not?
Bye, mister. Good luck. Take care. Hope you sleep well.
See you, Mr. Sir.
And yes, if you're one of the people who values emotes, you can sub purely for the bootlicker emote. I think I'm one of the few that has a bootlicker emote that you can then use to call out these fuckers all over Twitch. Just saying. As far as I'm, it may be valuable to you.
Yeah, Cat, the magic shill Sue straight to den.
Sue the magic shill. Oh God. All right, so I was watching. Okay, so I don't do. God, that's fucking. All right, so do you know about Hollywood overcompensation and how they turn like minorities into magic people? Right, like this is a very real thing. Like Hollywood overcompensates and then they turn like a marginalized community into magic. And it's been identifiable for years. They first started feeling bad about indigenous communities back in the day, and so they turned them into fucking magic, which is just as patronizing. It's just as patronizing as anything else, right? It's fucking all of the indigenous people are just supernatural characters, and they're just magic. Then they're
I mean the majestic or whatever Indian.
Yeah, yeah, it's always, they started with the magic Indian sort of shit. But yes, the magic person of color, Pocahontas, then it evolved to the magic person of color. You can go to like Bagger Vance, Legend of Bagger Vance and the Green Mile for iterations of like the magic magic black person, right? It's not it's mysticism. And now they've evolved into that like a while ago they evolved into the like the magic queer trope. Right. And so I'm watching this BBC show called The Watch, and it's based off of Terry Pratchett characters, and it's already fantasy sci-fi. And they have a trans character, and like was sort of just the healer of the group, and just sort of generically not like super powered or anything. Everybody else was like communicating with death, or was a magical rock character, or had control over dragons and shit like that. And all of a sudden communes with her mother's spirit and gets power over this like magical dark thing. And then immediately I start laughing my ass off because I'm like, let me guess, they're going to OP the queer character, right? They're going to straight overpower the queer character. Oh, yes, they did. Fucking like civilization destroying noble dragon fucking scoops this character up and just, has a chat with her. Like, it comes back like kind of closed-horned and a little scorched and like, we had a conversation. Like, went toe-to-toe with a fucking like civilization destroying dragon and shit like that. Destroying entire armies using the superpower that they gave it. And of course the fucking effect, they give like a full dance sequence and rainbow effect to the fucking magic and shit. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, could you pander harder right now? Yeah, fucking magic queer character. I gotta love Hollywood, gotta love that sort of the film industry overcompensation after they've been shitting on a marginalized community for a bunch of decades. Then they just overcompensate and turn them into fucking like superpowered characters. It's like, you do realize this is just as bad, right?
Was you on YouTube that did recently a video?
Shit. Momo.
Jesus fucking Christ, Momo.
Momo with the 10 gift subs, Stingy 380, Mojo 860, I'm sorry, Mojo 86, Redbeard, Missy Maserati, Templar got a gift sub, Templar, Glory, Stacy Borg, some Korean that I'm not familiar with, Possessed Skunk, Charging Magic Missiles, and Braps Stu. Thank you again, Momo. Thank you for the gift subs, and Amorous. Thank you for the biddies. Yep, Templar's an anarchist now. That's just how that works.
Welcome to the fold.
Fucking so much for your theocratic delusions. Now you're an anarchist.
Speaking of, Lindsay Ellis recently did a pretty good essay on transphobia in pop culture. I'm gonna link that stuff.
And may I point out, everyone, we are at 78% on to a level 4 hype train.
Let's do capitalism.
Be over. Yeah, that's why I do think people should manually gift the subs. Because the user list is long and varied at this point, and people who may have come in from bad faith raids, even like, you know, from like Crooked Nose Media could be getting fucking subs at this point. Who the fuck knows?
How long is it?
Wait, how did ContraPoints dare to do what? Rabbit?
Oh, by the way, we're up to like 21. Oh, we're up to 2,124 followers. I have to subtract like 100 of those from that weird follow bot that was making the rounds. So we've passed 2,000 mark though on the followers. Legit.
Right.
Oh, well, it was a good dare. Like, apparently, the essay was referencing a image from a conversation between ContraPoints and Lindsay Ellis.
Thanks for the follow, Missy. Thank you, Missy.
I think it's good work. Plus, she advertises a nameless charity in the video, because evidently, if you name a pro transgender charity, you know they're going to have trouble. So they have to keep it. The internet is a mistake.
Who's Ellis?
Lindsay Ellis. She's a video essayist on YouTube. She does media analysis, and I think she makes very interesting points.
Okay.
Also, she like does a show for PBS. Yeah.
Can we got getting close to a minute left, folks, on 78% to level 4. Is it possible to hit level 4? Like, I mean, look at that beautiful face. Like, how could you not want to make this beautiful young man?
I can always use more books. Also, yeah, if I'm not like, well, that's the thing. There are stuff that you know runs the website and channel and stuff like that. That recently I funded using the channel money and that sort of thing. But it is going to either, you know, maintaining the web presence, or it is going to my book habit, or it's also potentially going to go to paying for some college. The Get Kai a Poli-Sci Degree Fund.
Oh, how could you not support that?
Squid, you have to pay for your roof. I don't give a shit about your FOMO. Save your goddamn money and buy a roof.
Sure.
The roof over your head is more important.
Squid, this is the only time I'm going to say this. Until you get a roof over your head, do not spend a penny.
Yeah, we will all yell at you, Squid, for fuck's sake. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you gotta pay that. You gotta have roofer money, Squid. All roofs matter. They do. Yeah. Yeah, Squid, you need to keep that roof over your head. So fucking keep those dollars in your pocket. Keep those dollary dues. There we go. Level 3. There we go.
Yeah, everyone, if you have $1 to spare, Squid needs a roof over their head. Shit!
What did you do now?
Anyway.
Oh, look at your shitty link. And if you want a link that isn't populated with a bunch of bullshit, here's somebody who actually knows what they're doing. Or, you know, contact Squid for PayPal directly if you don't want to use the GoFundMe.
Yep.
And while we're doing a praxis, here's Rosa's info. Hey, cat. Here's Rosa's info. Rosa, while at a protest, got their car fucking broken into, windows smashed in, and a bunch of shit stolen. Hey, Lucy, thank you for the biddies. So yeah, there's some Rosa info if you're down with Rosa. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Okay, close that one, close that one, close that one. I can close most of those. Let's see, what did I get? I got a hype coin. All right, cool. I don't know how Rosa is doing from the rubber bullets. I haven't been in touch. But given that there were 3 fucking bullets that hit Rosa, and given that they were all like back of leg ass sort of territory, they were all like, in the back of the body. I'm sure laying down and sitting has been fun for Rosa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. Hand too, I believe. Or was that Ian that caught the one in the hand? I forget.
No, Ian didn't get the one in the hand. I think that was, what's his other name? One of the other guys that...
Let's just say there was a lot of people who caught a lot of rubber bullets that night, and we're having trouble keeping track of who got hit with what where.
Yeah, there were a lot of people that got hit with rubber bullets and shit.
Fox, I would, again, never advocate for that, but it's an option. Busy day, much bullet. Yeah, exactly. A lot of tear gas, a lot of pepper spray, a lot of rubber bullets. Is what it is. Comes with the territory. Let's see, who's up? Fucking Loser's still up. Well, I mean, I'm just looking, but I am coming up on 4 hours, and I did like 7.5 last night. My throat could use a little bit of a break on that regard. Yeah, but they're less than lethal. It's fine. Yeah, never mind all those people who have died from them. But whatever. Fucking Lucy, if you're like, this is the thing, folks. Like, I'm already like, I'm comfortable. Like, this is literally like a degree for me is like extraneous, right? I know some people would really like to see me get a poli-sci degree, and that's just one of those sort of push goals for my channel. If you want to see Kai go back to school and put up with a bunch of neolib hyper-capitalists and fucking get his like anarchist ire up, then that's out there. But if you have any needs in your life, please, for the love of God, take care of those first. Do not be throwing cash towards my bougie ass if you need a roof over your head or you fucking need food in your stomach. For the love of everything. Drew Beans, any idea where you go? I just go to community college here in Nevada. Like, I'm not looking to fucking, like do undergrad work at something expensive. Like, fuck that. Yeah. Yeah, one of those phrases I've always loved. Less lethal, right up there with the likes of minor amputation. Bavarius, you'll love going back to school. Oh, I'm sure. I'll absolutely adore it. Or been blinded.
I'm not sure his teachers will enjoy it, but
we'll see if we can't surreptitiously stream some of that. We'll see what's up. If I can't make that happen on the sly. It's actually pretty good around these parts, Googleizer. We have Beagle. These have just been laying around. Well, thank you for the 144 biddies that have just been laying around for you, Beagle. Thank you very kindly. Squid is one of those send Kai back to school people. Yes. Bunch of chuds trying to teach. Yeah, we actually, community college around these parts, the Nevada community college system is actually halfway decent. We have a bunch of people that moonlight from UNLV, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, over at the community colleges here, as is tradition in community colleges to a certain extent. But No, when Stimmy comes, a bunch of it's going to subs and people's crowd funds. I'm an anarchist. I'm not going to tell you what to do, Lucy. You do you.
Well, that reminds me.
About
I'm going to have to crowdfund for a new TV soon.
That is not a need. This is the white man's propaganda box. So legally, unless your professor has a privacy clause, all you need is to make sure you don't video any fellow students. That said, I would never advocate. Thank you, Rabbit. Duly noted. Yeah. It'd be. I fear the required curriculum. Like, I don't want to fucking have to take a math class. I don't want to have to take a it's that sort of shit that I'm just not down for at this point. Like, it's a poli-sci degree. Look, I can add, I can subtract, I can do division and multiplication, and I can use a calculator. And don't give me that fucking line about how you won't always have a calculator with you, motherfucker. It's the era of the smartphone. Shut your fucking mouth. Like, dude, I can take a picture using fucking Wolfram Alpha or Microsoft software now that will solve the math equation for me. Like, I don't need this shit anymore. It's a poli-sci degree. Just stick to what we're talking about.
I know, Lucy. I know. But I do like some of the movies and stuff on them.
Fair enough. Is there a branch of anarchism you believe follow most? Beagle. Yeah, post-left, post-anarchism. Post-gang, rise up. Post-gang? Yeah. Post-left, post-anarchism.
Let's just say for a heavy chunk of my life, I didn't have a whole lot of anything. So
that's fair.
For me to actually stop or start owning stuff and shit like that is actually quite,
Squid, I'm going to try and like either test out or use prior learning for a bunch of the stuff. Yeah, I'm going to go down that route. Bachelor's or master's? Probably associates in poli-sci first, Rabbit. I'm not sure. I think they have a bachelor's program, but it'll be the 2-year degree first, and then we'll go from there. I'm anarcho-syndicalist. I advocate for anarcho-syndicalism as an achievable step. You can probably test out a lot of basic math in order to minimize math needs for a degree, if not especially at community college. Yeah, I'm hoping for that. There's a bunch of shit I'm going to just try and exempt myself from. But yeah, Rabbit, I will, depending on how that goes, I will see whether I want to do something else with it, whether I want to further the poli-sci degree or whether I want to, branch out and just add another degree from something else that I find could be useful. Lynx and I have gone through the curriculum actually for the local community college, and for the poli-sci program, because Lynx is a poli-sci major. There's actually a whole bunch of stuff that I wouldn't have considered, climatologically, like one of the science credits I can take is, meteorology even. And there's a climate change, like a anthropogenic climatological change program within one of the subsets of the poli-sci program. And so you could actually sort of get your feet wet with climate change activism at the same time as getting your poli-sci degree, which was a really fascinating sort of area that I wouldn't have considered had Lynx not been going through the curriculum with me and pointed it out. Like, you could actually use this for that. I was like, oh, interesting. Hey, you've got an overburdened cheat. Chat could help you with that. Yes, chat definitely could. Let's see. Mercantile and maybe medieval law. Some community colleges have programs where you can transfer to a specific 4-year at a discount and shit. Yeah, we have that with our community colleges in UNLV, for sure. Chat, my community, that's the thing. Yeah, I already, this community, whatever the fuck we are, definitely would be the first place I turned. I'm struggling, help me. I found a mathematician too the other day. Oh fuck! I found like an actual like he's going to school for a hard math degree, right? Like just a solid. I am in school to become a mathematician. And I was like, holy shit.
A math addiction.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I'm gonna need you to stick around. Mathematicians are rare, and
Ooh,
yes.
If you're looking for a 1-digit number of viewership to rate it to,
Yes.
Pinkle the Bear has 3 people at the
Oh, that's not happening. Pinko has me blocked.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Pinko hates me.
No.
I'm a white male spouting CIA propaganda. His words.
Wow.
So, no, that won't be happening. Googleizer, I know multiple mathematicians. Noted. Someone gave me a tanky C then. Yep, exactly. Somebody gave me a 54-inch flat screen in 2010. I don't think I've turned it on more than 5 or 6 times. And then it was hooked up to my crap top to play games or watch seminars. Interesting, Saliano. A math minor myself, says Googleizer. Well, that's why you know mathematicians, because you're a fucking math minor. But also noted, Googleizer. Dude, I hate math. I hate math. I checked out when I had to do trig, and I've never, like, turned my brain back on for math. Just, I use a calculator. Like, fuck that. I got other shit I can be doing with my brain. Rabbit. I am working for the FBI, the CIA, George Soros, the Illuminati, and the fucking Freemasons at this point. I am fucking killing it out here. If y'all knew how many secret organizations are seeking me out, like, I gotta beat them off with a stick. I have to wake up early every fucking day because there's some douchebag secret society ringing my doorbell, fucking knocking on my door. Kai, come help us. We want to take over the world and undermine the populace, and we know you're so fucking, come on. I am the in guy for secret societies and governmental black ops organizations. They all come to me, right? Like, I am, yeah.
I just have to say, when it comes to, like, the Freemasons, that I do believe because of who your stepdad is.
Oh no! Well, no, it's not my stepdad. It's my dad. I've been very open about that. My grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason, and my father was a Mason as well. Or is a Mason. He's still alive. And I could very easily, given the paternal lineage there, I could just walk down to the fucking Masonic Lodge and fucking knock on the door and be like, hey, I want in. And they'd have to take me. I'm sure it would be very interesting with my, like, background check and presence online, how that would go. I'm not sure they'd accept me. Yeah, that would definitely be interesting given my online reputation. It'd be like, I could probably get in. I could probably get, like, first level or first degree. And then eventually somebody might find out who I am. Shit would get weird real quick. But yeah, that is actually, yeah, I've been very open about that. Both my paternal side, they were fucking Masons. They never talked about it. Everything I've learned about the Masons was through my own research. They never spoke about it. Yes. Oh, yeah. Bether, thank you. I forgot. I'm also the head of Antifa. Oh, also, yeah, I'm also the head of Antifa. So, I mean, legit question, are Freemasons accepting of LGBTQ? No. They're a fraternal organization. Like, just imagine a bunch of frat bros that happen to be bankers and politicians, right?
Hey,
like, no.
219 Sunshine. Good morning.
Yeah, so no, the Googleizer. I'm sure there's some that are, but no. As an organization, no. That's Lucy. That's like as a descendant of General Matt Anthony Wayne, I could be in the DAR, Daughters of the American Revolution. Yeah, exactly, Lucy. It's just one of those things that, you know, my family was a part of, and so I could have been a part of it. Like, whether I could still now, who the fuck knows? Have you considered working for the Rothschilds? They're where the real money's at. Rabbit, they haven't approached me. Out of all the secret societies and organizations that have just been knocking on my door nonstop, especially since I started this Twitch thing, the Rothschilds have not approached me. I guess I just don't have the inroads with the right banking crowd.
Well, that's why you're doing poli-sci, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Oh shit, Bavarius. Instead of math, I took a symbolic logic class in undergrad. Then transferred schools and had to take the damn math class. I was so salty. Dude, symbolic logic is fucking crazy. Let's see. Oh, I always forget deep state. Well, I mean, isn't the CIA and FBI technically deep state, Cat? I mean, I know I forget to iterate out the deep state, but I would imagine that the CIA and the FBI are the deep state. But I mean, you know, again, I'm
agents at deep state.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I guess, you know, yeah, the deep state as well. Let's see. I speak from experience. Taking a college algebra with a math major partner was less useful than one might expect. Duly noted. We all know that George Soros is the real head of the radical Antifers. There are some. My very gay married friend is one, very involved in the lodge, and he's also very vocal left, etc. Yeah, be over. There are some, but as an organization, no. Yeah, between all this stuff, Kai is the deep state. I always took deep state to just being Jews. I've never thought about it that way, but maybe that is what they mean. I always took it as like government. I always took like government as like those shadowy portions of the government, like CIA, FBI, and that sort of stuff. But maybe they just mean Jews. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Let's see. Yeah, taking college algebra with an engineer as your partner is also not an advantage, says Momo. Super Dad failed you. Yeah, there's so many ways to convey math. There's a wall, whether it clicks or it doesn't. Yeah, honestly, like, my brain is shut off for math at this point. My logic class they drove me nuts. Part of my decision to drop out. Yeah, exactly. Kai, brilliant. Wait. It's gonna be brilliant. Fucking killing it out here. If y'all knew how many secret organizations are seeking me out, like, I gotta beat them off with a stick. I have to wake up early every fucking day because there's some douchebag secret society ringing my doorbell, fucking knocking on my door. Kai, come help us. We want to take over the world and undermine the populace, and we know you're so fucking, come on. I am the in guy for secret societies and governmental black ops organizations. They all come to me, right? That's right. That's right. Fucking know it. To be fair, do they even know who the deep state is? No. My political stuff takes up too much time, and school took a backseat. Fair enough, Lucy. Cease your investigations. I heard it on the internet. It must be true. Exactly, 219. Exactly. Well, as a cisgendered white male anarchist, I clearly am working for the CIA, according to the tankies. According to the right wingers, I'm working for George Soros. According to at least one crazy fucking theorist, the anarchists are all working for the Illuminati, or they are a creation of the Illuminati and by extension the Freemasonry. I've been accused of being the head of Antifa by a bunch of like right-wing fucking conspiracy heads. I have been accused of being in charge of the deep state, or like being the head of the deep state or something like that. These are like, these are things that like we're just jokingly pulling out of our collective asses. These are things people have legitimately accused me of. This is shit people have said.
Lucy would like to join voice chat.
Yeah, by all means, Lucy. Lucy, you don't have to be you have to be a 13th level Mason, unfortunately, to join voice chat. Oh, by the way, confirmed, Lost Sue is at least a 13th degree Freemason. Lucy, if you're on the Discord server, you can jump into voice chat and I can move you to on air. If you're not on Discord, then I will whisper you an invite link. No problem. Just let me know. Anarcho-Gothist. I'm a creation of the Illuminati. I'm a creation of the Illuminati? Yeah. I can get you a copy of the book that makes that claim too, by the way, if you're after that. Freemason Masonic Amicable Lodge established in 1805, Cambridge, Mass. Be over. I have notes from, I believe it's Dover, that all 33 degrees study notes in digitized form. I think it's the Dover Mass Lodge that digitized their study notes like a bunch of fucking dumbasses. Yeah, you know what? I'm sure nobody with information technology knowledge would be interested in all of the study notes for a Masonic lodge. Why don't you go ahead and digitize that? Yeah, I'm sure that won't get leaked really quickly. Anyway. Oh, they're the gay-friendly one. Interesting. Anarchy is CIA propaganda. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, we've had multiple tankies. That's a tanky talking point. Everybody who isn't a tanky is working for the CIA or spouting CIA propaganda. It's a whole fucking thing with them. They're like the QAnon people. They see the CIA everywhere. Fucking, I'm sure if some woman, like, hey, there we go. Tanky alert. Like, I imagine these people at, like, the supermarket and somebody takes, like, the last jar of peanut butter off the shelf or something, and they just, like, stand there and fucking point at him and scream, "You're a fucking CIA plant! You're, you know, that sort of shit. Like, you're running a program to deny me my peanut butter!" Like, these people see CIA everywhere. Mocnovia was an early CIA project.
It's weird when people go to the CIA when the FBI and the NSA have been shown to operate in a much wider scale within the US.
I mean, you want to talk? Fucking the NRO is terrifying, and nobody knows who the NRO is. The National Reconnaissance Office. They're the ones who are tasked with controlling the satellites. Right? Like, if the CIA needs to reposition a spy satellite, it's the NRO who does it. It's the NRO who receives the data and then sends it on over. Right? Like, they're in the middle of a huge portion of the surveillance grid that we run.
That's a rabbit hole. He is member of the United States intelligence community and an agency of the United States Department of Defense. The NRO is considered among the Central Intelligence Agency, National Security Agency, Defense Intelligence. What is the DIA? I don't even know. National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, to be one of the quote-unquote Big Five U.S. intelligence agencies.
Yeah. Oh, it's the NRO. Nobody knows who the NRO is, and they're fucking swinging big dick.
Yeah, like, just opening the Wikipedia article, I stumbled upon two federal agencies I didn't know about.
Yeah. Like, that's the thing. I mean, of course, this is the kind of information that you become privy to when you get sworn in as, you know, a secret anarcho, CIA, FBI, Deep State, Soros, Freemason, Illuminati member. They give you a pamphlet. Thank you for the follow, Mercs. Let's see. Zoom didn't fail. It's still working. Yeah, every time you see a movie where they get this satellite info, NRO moved that shit for them.
Lucy, are you coming?
I think Lucy was just sort of like memeing about the fucking yeah.
Getting on chat.
Squid, yes, that was really good improvisational skill for me. I don't think I could duplicate that, but yeah, that was I was quite proud of that. Every time my friend who works for the NSA calls me, he only does it absolutely plastered. I usually watch the news carefully for the next couple of days, says Momo. The city of Bath, England, the city of Bath, England was built to Masonic specs in England. It's beautiful Georgian city. I'll give them that.
Lucy, go to the voice chat. Go into the voice chat, and Kai will pull you up.
Yeah, you have to go to voice chat. You can't go to on air. Because people would just walk in. you have to knock on the door at least. But just go to voice chat. I'll move you up. Hell, the GAO keeps the receipts and they're exempt from the public records request. Yep. Portland, 90s. I ran in a chapter of the Omegas and a chapter of the Pink Panthers. Queer Street Patrol. PP was on the news all the time. Worked with cops, radios in our zone. Omegas. Okay.
Lucy's there.
Yeah, I see.
Yay! You can unmute yourself, Lucy, if possible.
If you search.
Hey.
Panthers, Queer Street Patrol.
Ooh.
People on the news all the time. Work with cops, radios in our zone.
You need to mute Twitch, Lucy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yay.
But you need to mute Twitch.
Yeah, because we can hear me.
Not you, Lucy. Don't mute you in the voice chat here on Discord.
Yeah, mute Twitch.
Mute Twitch.
Be over. I was all freaked out by the whole Freemason thing when I started digging into it and reading Illuminati shit. But then I found out these very close friends of mine, known his husband for 35 years, know him both the best of hearts, smart sound. His husband, I would say, is an anarchist. I love these guys. I don't know. I can't think the Masons are all they're said to be. No, they're not. They're a fraternity. They're a fraternal organization, right? Like, yeah, they've been into some sketchy shit because their members have been into some sketchy shit over the years, right? Like, they've had presidents and they have a ton of senators and, it's like that sort of thing. Like, of course you're into some sketchy shit because your members are into sketchy shit. It's by extension, right? It's not like they're the organizing power. It's just that they are a fraternity with a lot of powerful people in it. And I was always told growing up that, a Mason need only walk into town and walk into the local Masonic lodge, and they'd be introduced to the local banker, the mayor, members of the city council, shit like that. It's a fraternity it's what all fraternities are for. It's for networking. Right? Like that's the whole point of fraternities is to like have this relationship with your brothers and be able to like call people like, hey, I'm new in town and I need a home loan. Well, the president of the bank is a Mason. Here, come on over. I'll introduce you to Fred. It's shit like that. That's what they're about.
Templar, you are now an anarchist. I'm sorry. You will be having to give back your Templar card and have to fill out the form to get your anarchy card.
Yeah.
I don't know, Angie. I don't know.
We're a 13-12 type community. You have to renounce your Templar.
Yeah, Templar, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you are officially an anarchist now because that's exactly how it works. Every time you talk now, you've got an anarchism symbol next to your name. You're doing nothing but promoting anarchism every time you say something in chat. I'm just saying.
You need to get the anarchist butt tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's going to have to go up for a consensus decision making or at least a majority vote. Templar. So, I mean, you can advocate, you can talk, you can speak your piece, but you may actually lose that vote. Abortions for everyone, says Momo. Do unborn babies get a vote? As long as they can sign their name.
And I just noticed your favorite GTA has gone online.
Oh, has he?
Yes.
Oh, good for him. Oh yeah, fucking Public went offline and GTA is online. Well, I mean, reality sort of decides the signing part. Like do you have hands? Can you at least make an X with a pen? Are you a contributing member to the commune? Do you exist?
Do you need someone else's kidneys?
Yeah, Google Eyes, thumbs up, thumbs down. Do you have thumbs? Like, can you give any affirmative indication whatsoever? No? You can't really vote then.
I've ever spoken the story of my grandmother about abortion. Here. Apparently not. So, my paternal grandmother was the mother of, well, still is the mother of 3. And in like post-World War II France, where abortion was illegal, she had to have a back alley abortion because at that point her husband had left her. She was surviving with 3 kids on a secretary's salary for at a police station. And if she had that 4th kid, my father may have not be able to afford his education. So where I am today, where my family's well-being was well, that abortion had to happen for them to retain some standard of living, basically. So, abortion is necessary.
Yeah, my family is very pro-choice because my aunt, my dad's sister, had a back alley abortion when she was 17, and it was a botched abortion, and this was in Idaho, and they took her to the hospital, and the hospital refused to treat her because it was obvious that she'd had an abortion, and she nearly died. It was really touch and go, and she was unable to have children after that, but it was like, terrifying. Finally, they took her all the way to Portland to a hospital, and she lost her uterus and everything, but it was like just a horrifying experience that they couldn't find anybody to treat her because the hospital felt that it would be liable for something for treating her after having had an abortion. And
your morals are cute and old-tempered, but we're not talking about material gains. We're talking about survival.
Oh.
Like one of my father's fondest childhood memories was going on the market with his cousin and picking up discarded melons that were partially rotten because they were like eating discarded fruit. That's a fond memory.
I just have a quick question for Templar because he did shut up for a while and we ignored him. So I'm willing to engage in this again. God help us. Catholic cross something or other, magic power. It takes 2 people to cause a pregnancy. Okay, so Templar, how about in the instances of incest or rape? Are you okay with, forget incest even, how about rape? Is abortion okay in the instance of rape in your eyes? Answer, we'll continue our discussion. So anyway, that's God. It reminds me of those stories about like rape victims not being offered the emergency contraceptive. What is it? It's a high dose of female hormones, basically. Like the morning after pill, and like Catholic hospitals and shit like that, not even telling people it's an option. And in the instances of like violent rape, it doesn't work after 72 hours. And so they're in the hospital for a few days because they were beaten senseless. And by the time they get out, they don't have the option anymore. And it's just, no, I'm not okay with abortion in the case of rape. That life does not deserve to die. I'm not for abortion in any case, no exceptions, even if the mother's life is endangered. Even if, say ectopic pregnancy, which is a non-viable pregnancy, that can and will kill the mother. No abortion? We just kill the mom? We just let her die? You're a fundamentalist. Squid, I vomited in my mouth a little. Be various. It's God's will.
So
yeah.
Then you are okay with free education, right? And like free school free preschool and so on. Because if you're going to force a pregnancy on a woman, you're gonna arrange society so that their children is protected and their standard of living are protected, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. So Templar's just a monster. I mean, at least we know where we stand, says Rabbit. Lol4957 with a recently created account. Are you a communist? No, I'm an anarchist. Did you see the stream title that says anarchist stream? Hi, my name's Kai. I'm an anarchist. I don't know how much clearer I could be about that, but.
And shortly, someone will queue up the anarchist information form.
You know, it always amazes me. Does he? This one's a psychopath. What's he say? Is what he's saying. Yeah, I know, right? Be over. Does he know what ectopic is or not viable? Probably not.
And again, fetus aren't children. They're fetuses.
That's not freaking out. Freaking out would be, I don't know. I've never freaked out on stream, have I?
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Oh wait, yes, you have.
Oh,
and second,
yeah.
You haven't.
Yeah. Okay.
The word which shall not be named.
Yes. Yeah. I will qualify that one.
It is not self-sustaining life.
What's the benefit of anarchism? Individual autonomy, free association, reciprocal networks, mutual aid, lack of force, lack of state force, lesser violence, more compassion, higher productivity, better output, better organizational structure, resilience for organizational structure, utilizing distributed network topologies such as anarchism does, allows for greater resiliency, higher happiness rates when implemented in workplaces and that sort of thing, lower turnover rates, whole bunch of benefits, actually. And in times of crisis, it's the difference between starving to death and thriving. As evidenced by, things like during the Spanish Civil War or during the Korean police action, proxy war. Anarchistic societies and communities, anarchistically organized communities provided, in the instance of Spain, 50% of agriculture and industry. In the instance of Korea, whole swaths of communities managed not to starve while the rest of the country was busy, in the middle of a proxy war. So is this person, they're doing the fetism, it actually should be called that, like fetusism. They're doing the fetus obsession thing.
No, Templar, they are self-sustaining. They can breathe by themselves, they have functioning kidneys for themselves. They are an organism that works in and of itself. So they are not fetuses.
Wow.
They don't depend on the biological functions of someone else to exist.
They're a parasite. Just call it what it is. They're a parasite. Lol. Fucking even fell into the ANCAP trap. ANCAPs aren't anarchists. ANCAPs are neo-feudalists. What they advocate for is literally the man with and it'll be a man, except in the instance of maybe Oprah Winfrey or the Walton sisters. They advocate for the person with the highest amount of resources to become the de facto governance and king. That is not an actual libertarian philosophy. It's not anarchistic. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, coercive, and exploitative. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a dismantling and replacement of unjust power and authority mechanisms. These are antithetical terms, but who's got time for that? And they don't think that there will be a higher output if there's no state to guarantee a lack of crime, because as we know, one of the largest and most powerful nation states in the history of the world, the United States, has a distinct lack of crime due to the implementation of state. That's most assuredly a thing.
Wait.
During the Spanish Civil War, see 1920. Who's got time for you, lol?
Templar, do you support free healthcare for all?
Lord Farquhar, can we make a clarification here? Because apparently they think that if someone, that you're saying that if someone can't breathe, they're unworthy to live.
Lol, you're hilarious. I'm borrowing ANCAP talking points. Do you understand do you understand cause and effect even? The fact that they have the term anarchist or anarcho in their title means that they borrowed from anarchism, right? You understand this, right? Like, you do understand how, like, causality works? Like, you clearly, like...
This is one of those trolls that just likes to try and make it, like, projectionism.
Wow. Oh, lovely. Good luck. God bless. There are no power vacuums in human society. Anarchism isn't a power vacuum. And
about the disabled thing, the fact that he says that means that he doesn't value. He thinks disabled people are useless and worthless.
Oh, they always do.
And I'm disabled. I live in a hospital bed, and I still have a lot to contribute. So in an anarchist society, I would still be participating. I would still be contributing. And what you said, Templar, about us being worthless and useless means that you are an ableist on top of all your other isms that you have.
I
have entertained chuds all night. It is.
I am refraining from engaging in that whole entire conversation because I do not in any way, shape, or form want to give any points or anything that may give this Templar any added wind at all.
Oh yeah,
So-
I think Rabbit's right. We're just forgetting that Templar. We made Templar an anarchist, and so he's just going through some withdrawals, and that's all. We're seeing some withdrawal symptoms. They're lashing out, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So to address this point.
Just no functional prefrontal cortex and a little empathy deficit, a little.
Yep.
Like
I support people who are ill to get support from the community. Like, we all pull resources together to have like respirators, insulin, dialysis machines. That's a society, like everyone coming together to help people who are to have a deficit. What you're advocating for is an individual who carries a child to forfeit their life to bring a fetus to the world. That's not the same. This is not comparable. If you do not support universal health care, you are not pro-life.
Anarchism isn't a power vacuum. It's a power dynamic unto itself. It's not a lack of societal organization. It's not a lack of structure. It isn't chaos. It isn't a situation for warlords. It's organized. Machno would like to have a conversation about what happens to a fucking warlord in an anarchistically organized society with you. That shit don't fly, right? Like, try having that conversation with fucking Machno. That shit would not go anywhere, right? Like, he went toe-to-toe multiple times with the Red Army, for fuck's sake, right? Like, your little fucking, like, weekend warrior bullshit American militia would get stomped under the conditions that Machno's militias got operated under. Anarchism isn't a power vacuum. Anarchism is order. It's just an organizational method that you are so frightened of because you've been propagandized and conditioned starting from the 1880s to now that you have no concept of it. You've never experienced it. I mean, I could point you to places that you could actually experience it. I could point to things that could teach you about it. But again, you've already made up your mind, so I'm not going to educate you. Well, you're just combative. You're a debate bro. And you're looking for your next fix. Go find your fix elsewhere.
Hey, lol. Where is it? Oh no, they're not on. Darn it, they're not on. That's so unfair.
Who are you going to point them to?
Prime K's.
Yeah, they'll be at home there.
Yeah, definitely Debate Bro Central.
I mean, you could also go to Trainwrecks TV.
Lol.
I'm sure they'd be...
Somebody actually put it into chat for you. Anarchism, what is it? It's a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a horizontal organizational structure, aka a heterarchy. It's about the dismantling of the analysis and dismantling of unjust power and authority mechanisms throughout society. It isn't a monolithic philosophy. There is no single utopic ideal of anarchism. It's a network of ideas. And as Emma Goldman put it, we much prefer it that way. Okay? This is what it's about. It's about achieving a just, equitable society through philosophical and meta-ethical analysis. Right? It is about a collapsing down of unjust hierarchical methods, the state being one of them. Society is not the state. The nation state is not society itself. Heterarchical organizational structure is an organizational structure actually advocated for and researched by the United States military for field operations. That isn't a power vacuum, my friend. Please educate yourself. Just a touch. Just a touch. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm asking. Stop saying the same thing over and over again so I don't have to keep saying the same thing over and over again because you're not listening. You've already made up your mind. You've already reached the conclusion that you wish to reach. And so, as I said before, go get your debate bro fix somewhere else. Prime K's will be on later today. Good luck. Whatever God you may or may not believe in, bless and have fun.
Something tells me I get this vibe that eventually they're going to say, oh, here, I want you to debate this person.
They won't be saying anything because their absolute refusal to behave like in a conversational manner. This is the thing. Even Templar is, I find, far more tolerable. They're not a great human being, but at least they don't give off that debate bro energy, which is what LOL is doing with a 5-day-old account, by the way. So LOL is no longer welcome here. That's already occurred.
Yeah, I just seen that. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Too late.
Yeah, it's just take your debate bro energy elsewhere and good luck. You're not here to learn. You're not here to engage in the dialectic. What you're here to do is just talk shit. You don't understand anything.
Oh, I wish. Oh my god.
I don't have time to educate you on everything. Boys Got Baggage, just want to give a shout out and big congrats to the life that was saved when the chick that got knocked up saved her own life by ending her pregnancy. Totally dodgeable with that one. Nice. Nice be over. Good tag. Yeah, be various. Godspeed. Yeah, you can't just make shit up. We already had Templar Glory do that. To do that, you can't just say power vacuum equals a lack of hierarchy because you say so. It's look, one person who makes random shit up at a time. That's all.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep it at that. I think. Let's see. Hang on. I mean,
we're only allowing one permanent allotment of trolls per stream.
Does anybody have any single-digit streamers? I mean, I've got one of my own that I definitely can fall back on. But does anybody have anybody that they know, they watch, they like, that presently is streaming and they have single-digit viewership?
Hey, we can always send Templar over to Cat and Stop the Kittens.
Fucking Momo, I have one. Are you? Are you actually? Yeah. Okay. I was just gonna say, are you saying you have one viewer or you have one? You give them. Who you got, Momo? Mod, delete my comment. Never. And in fact, it was embedded in the video stream. So it's enshrined. None other than GTA. Okay, you were confirming spelling. I rated GTA twice last week. So if we've got somebody else that the community knows, I'd like to spread the love around. Okay, so Gun for Hire streaming Valheim. Momo, is Gun for Hire on your Valheim server? I have a feeling that that's where that's coming from. What's my Kratom supplier is telling me there's a sale on. I just got an email. Nope, I started watching when we played something else. Okay, fair enough. Let's see. All right, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do that. Oh, come on. There's more of you than that. What the fuck?
Only 37.
I swear to God, I'm looking at... Yeah, I'm looking at over 50 here. What the hell is wrong with you people? Click the thingy. Either way. All right. Yes, universal healthcare is the most efficient way of addressing healthcare. Capitalism failed to provide this essential necessity, or at least our shit country has.
Canada has a form of universal healthcare. And like, come on now. We're supposedly the country that's like decades behind the United States in all things. Really?
All right, so we're going to close that. We're going to close that. All right, well, for those of you that are actually going to follow the raid, I'll see you over there. Either way, thanks for hanging out, everybody who's on the line, and thanks for putting up with fucking Templar. Dude, mad props. You fucking hung in for the beatings. Everyone else, tomorrow's an early evening show. I'll catch you then. Bye.
See you, everyone.
All right, and then we are fucking going over to.
Hi.
Let's do the praxis.
We're doing the praxis.
Be here, dragons. Thank you very much.